The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 301. Although he is a despicable, shameless, and evil scum, he is a good boy. Fall, Sword of Damocles. With a wave of his hand, an enormous multicolored energy sword descended from the night sky, slowly descending upon the Demon King's dense army, creating a gigantic mushroom cloud. The vast majority of the Demon King's minions were reduced to ash by this blow, with no chance of escape. As if intent on annihilating them all, explosion, with a shrill cry, a mushroom cloud erupted on another battlefield, sending the Demon King's minions scattering in despair and quickly retreating. Tisk. If I had cast explosion magic first, I would have won. Who told you to boast, reciting such a long spell? You could have cast it instantly. Zun Zun helped Megumin, who had collapsed, to her feet. The two of them walked to the edge of the battlefield. On the last night before Zun Zun and his companions' departure, the Demon King's army attacked the capital without a second thought. The team wouldn't stand idly by, they resolutely joined in the defense of the capital. At first, Sun Kun thought Sato Kazuma wouldn't help, but Kazuma said that with Sun Kun around, they could easily accumulate merit and stay in the palace longer. Aqua, thinking the same, followed them eagerly. These two scoundrels were truly shameless. However, just as Sato Kazuma had imagined, with Sun Kun, Megumin, and Yunyun present, the battlefield was a one-sided massacre, annihilating almost all the enemies, from the Demon King's army to the magical beasts. During this period, Sato Kazuma sacrificed his life fighting the kobolds, making an indelible contribution to the battle. The knights and adventurers have returned victorious, someone shouted, and the capital erupted in cheers. The adventurers heading for the capital were showered with praise from the residents. Some bowed deeply, others raised their fists in jubilation. Sun Kun returned the greeting. Like everyone else, he headed for the capital, beaming with pride. Arriving at the royal city a short time later, Alice and Claire were already leading the beaming nobles, awaiting their arrival. Claire stepped forward and declared, "Knights and adventurers, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to your efforts, the royal capital remains safe and sound. Her Highness, Alice, expresses her deepest gratitude on behalf of the kingdom. Please await your rewards." The adventurers had no lofty ideals, all they were driven by was money, and the kingdom, or rather, Claire, was not stingy in that regard. The adventurers cheered enthusiastically at her words. Furthermore, to honor the hard work of the knights and adventurers, the royal capital was preparing a banquet that would begin at night. Special rewards would be given to those who had been particularly active. As Claire spoke, her gaze fell on Zun Zun. He had been the most outstanding in this battle. The cheers reached their climax, and the excited adventurers dispersed, their faces brimming with joy, to hang out until nightfall. The darkness was immediately surrounded by the nobles. Aqua also expressed her wish to ask a favor for the wounded who had been healed. Sato Kazuma went to meet the other reincarnated beings. In fact, he and Miss Tsurugi Hibiki weren't the only ones in this world. Many powerful reincarnated beings had appeared in the royal capital this time, and each one had a talent. It seemed that she wanted to meet them, so that they could be useful in the battle against the Demon King. Tsutomu was resting in the room Alice had specially prepared. Did she think she was being nice? No, she was deliberately watching Tsutomu. Megumin, sprawled on the bed, felt a little awkward as she watched Alice, who was also sitting in the room with a smile on her face. "Alice, don't you need to prepare anything? As the princess of a kingdom, it's not bad for you to stay with us, right? Don't worry." Alice shook her head, explaining that Claire had already assigned all the work and she had nothing to do right now. Without realizing it, Megumin felt a little depressed. Yunyun didn't think much of it, assuming Alice had come because she shared her fear of loneliness. She wasn't wrong. Zun Zun had already decided to force his way in, so why would he just barge in? And thank goodness. He'd been so dazzling during the battle against the Demon King's army that many people were coming to him for advice on magic, especially girls, which annoyed him to no end. Hiding in the palace, There was no way those people could get in, right? Zun Zun and Alice resumed their chess game, only this time it was 2-on-2. Megumin and Yunyun had no idea what it meant to be a gentleman who watches a game without saying a word. Instead, seeing one of the players cornered, they couldn't contain their excitement and began offering advice. The four argued so vehemently that Claire, who had come to pay her respects, believed a fight had broken out. In short, the game was so intense that the sky darkened, the sun and moon lost their light, and the main road was washed away. At night, the banquet officially began. Sato Kazuma huddled quietly in a corner of the banquet venue, wondering what trouble he had unintentionally caused. It seemed as though he was averting some disaster. Aqua carefully held an expensive-looking bottle of wine, as if guarding a treasure, even refusing Yunyun's offer to keep it safe. Megumin ate tardily at the table, while Yunyun looked after her. Zun Zun and Darkness were surrounded by the nobles. The place was filled with small groups of particularly active adventurers, and the nobles gathered around to chat about the recent battle. Wow, this battle was so easy to win. Thanks to the dynamic performance of Dustiness-sama's team, exactly. Dustiness-sama, who single-handedly blocked all enemy attacks, Aqua-sama, who easily purified a large number of undead monsters and instantly healed any serious injuries, and the three lords, Tsun-sama, Megumin, and Yunyun, who gave the Demon King's army a powerful show of force from the start. With them, perhaps even the Demon King can be defeated. That's right, that's right. And I've heard that the five lords have already killed many of the Demon King's leaders. Their reputation is well deserved, they're amazing, the praise continued. Some even deliberately grouped Mitsurugi Hibaki's team with Tsun-sama's, imagining them to be the perfect team to defeat the Demon King. Tsun-sama had anticipated as much, but forced a grim smile. It hurt. Darkness's hand firmly gripped his wrist, preventing him from losing his temper. By the way, had they forgotten someone? As if responding to Zun Zun's thoughts, the nobles also pointed at Sato Kazuma in the corner. Look, that's the one, that guy is the one Lady Claire was talking about. He only knows how to talk. I heard his profession is the weakest adventurer, and his level isn't high. Seriously. Why would Lord Dustiness take that kind of person as a partner? I think he only knows how to please others. I heard he went out of his way to please Her Highness Alice so he could live in the castle. Sato Kazuma had no way to refute these people who were talking nonsense. After all, what they were saying was the truth. Wait a minute, I can't allow you to look down on my comrades like this. Zun Zun, Darkness, whose hand was shaken off, stared in astonishment at the furious Zun Zun, and Sato Kazuma was almost moved. It's true that Kazuma is just as you say, a despicable scoundrel, and that he was just killed by a kobold on the battlefield, but there's no denying that he's a good comrade. I can't just sit back and watch you look down on Kazuma. Apologize to him. Oh, I'm sorry. The nobles being yelled at had no idea what Zun Zun meant, but they apologized anyway. Did he hate him or love him? They had no idea. Sato Kazuma was equally confused. He was moved by Zun Zun's words, but he wondered if he could say it differently. For example, saying that he was an indispensable element for logistics? Zun Zun's words confirmed Sato Kazuma's assumption that he only cared about currying favor, which made the nobles look at him even more strangely. Enough already, he didn't want to stay in that castle anymore. He wanted to return to the inn. Halfway through the banquet, Sato Kazuma hadn't spoken to anyone or offended anyone, but Claire approached and let loose with some harsh remarks, causing him to leave the castle in a huff. Zun Zun raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have an excuse to leave later. Claire approached Zun Zun proudly, like a victorious general. The nobles bowed respectfully before leaving. As the eldest daughter of the great noble family, the Sinfonia family, and now, in the absence of the king and prince, as the princess's bodyguard, she held almost the highest authority, commanding the utmost respect. And this person? Sir, your reward for the kingdom has been decided. Please follow me. She also treated him with the same respect. Following Claire, Zun Zun arrived at a room on the second floor of the palace. After a series of complex operations, the door opened, revealing the scene inside. Treasures abounded. Because Zun Zun could see the magical power of the items, he was able to see countless magical items, including several powerful items comparable to divine artifacts. What is this? Due to your excellent performance, sir, after much deliberation, I have decided to allow you to choose an item from the treasury, Claire said with a hint of pride. It was likely the result of her efforts, with Alice's approval. After all, Even if the Demon King's army was defeated, it could be easily defeated with money. No, this probably also included the subjugation of many of the Demon King's generals. In any case, the kingdom had invested a lot this time. Honestly, the treasury was full of valuable items. And Zun Zun even saw Viscount Schneider's treasure statue. Perhaps it was placed there after his valuable property was confiscated. Wouldn't it be great to take it with me? But I want this. Hey, Claire blushed and exclaimed in surprise at what Zun Zun was holding. It was a natural reaction. After all, this book was taboo in Libyan, and anyone who possessed it could be arrested. Are you really determined to take it? Yes, of course, Zun Zun beamed. Chapter 302, It's hard to control the force of stepping on an ant without stepping on it to death. The banquet was over. Zun Zun refused Claire's request for lodging and left the castle under Claire's strange gaze, claiming concern for Sato Kazuma's safety. Did that guy think he was eager to get back and wanted to do something important? Although it was true. But there were small differences. In the capital, as night fell, Zun Zun and Chris were heading to the palace. That night was the best opportunity to sneak into the palace. Due to the crushing victory over the Demon King's army, security would be especially low on a day like that. In addition, there was the news that Zun Zun had sent a warning letter. Hey, Zun Zun, Chris said timidly, standing at the foot of the wall. Are we really going to force our way in? I'm a little nervous. What are you talking about, Chris? Zun Zun crossed his arms and said, didn't we agree that you would listen to me this time? Besides, I was considerate of you by not stealing the necklace at the feast. That's not stealing, that's robbing. Zun Zun had planned to make a spectacular appearance at the climax of the banquet and then elegantly remove the necklace from Alice's neck amidst the chaos. But Chris refused. Listen, Zun Zun, we're thieves, not robbers. We would never do something like that. Besides, if we steal the princess's necklace in public, the kingdom will be after us. Does that mean they won't look for us? That's another matter, he exaggerated slightly. Zun Zun didn't think they would look for him. After all, this was just an internal entertainment for the band of thieves, and with Alice's help, there probably wouldn't be any worries. But Chris was too timid. I can't help it. I'll suck it up and steal openly. Hey, you talk like that? Chris rolled his eyes. By the way, Zun Zun, why can't I see your face clearly? Are you using some kind of magic? Yeah, a little trick for cognitive decline. Yin-type elves use little tricks to block detection and search, which is quite effective at hiding their identity. Chris covered her face with a black cloth. Paired with her usual black nightgown, standing next to Zun Zun, who was wearing a magnificent white suit, she gave the impression of an attendant. Boss, this time you're in charge. Perhaps because she lost the game of rock, paper, scissors, she ceded the initiative. Whether it was to avoid being the center of attention and being noticed, or because she believed Zun Zun knew the palace, Chris made it clear that she would follow his orders. Okay, in that case, you'll have to follow my lead. I can't see your face. The two of them avoided the guarded main gate and went around the city walls. So the first obstacle is, Chris looked at the 3-story city wall and gestured with her eyes for Zun Zun to lead the way. Zun Zun placed his hand on her slender waist and then climbed up the city wall, as if carrying a sack. Shouldn't you give me a princess hug now? Excuse me. I don't feel like a boy without any ups and downs. Zun Zun indifferently ignored the slightly annoyed Chris, resting his hand on his forehead as he surveyed the city. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning. The city lights were off, and not a sound could be heard. Isn't there anything strange in the city? How strange? What's wrong? Isn't it good to have nothing strange? Zun Zun held Chris's questioning gaze, taking in his surroundings and explaining, I delivered the warning letter first. You know. A letter appearing so quietly in His Royal Highness's room should require patrols, even if there are no guards. But the entire royal city is so quiet that it could be a trap. A trap? Then let's forget about it tonight. We can pick up the necklace tomorrow or the day after, right? Chris looked bashful. A mere thief like her couldn't escape surrounded by so many level 30 or higher guards. Not even the incarnation of a goddess could escape. You're joking, Zun Zun rolled his eyes. I sent a warning letter. Escaping now would damage the reputation of the heart thieves. Then I'll quit the gang, Chris said, adding even more nonsense. She was the founder of the gang, so why would she quit now? In the end, the two infiltrated the palace. Passing through the atrium into the palace, Chris opened the door easily, almost too easily. They continued their journey in the darkness. So far, they hadn't seen any soldiers patrolling the city. It could be a matter of luck, but it was more likely that a bigger trap awaited them. Boss, I'd like to visit the treasury first. Why, didn't I tell you before? 2 artifacts have gone missing in the capital. The one that controls monsters might also be in this castle. No, that artifact isn't here. At Chris's curious look, Zun Zun shook his head and said, I was there today. He then told Chris about the reward he received for defeating the Demon King's army and the chance to choose an item from the treasure. Chris seemed quite interested. So, what did you take? The Little Book of Terror. Didn't I make that clear? The Little Book of Terror. No. It wasn't that he hadn't pronounced the words clearly, but the Little Book of Terror seemed unbelievable to him. You really don't understand, Chris. Artifacts are powerful, but they're practically omnipresent in this world. And if they don't belong to you, they won't produce even 1/10 of their original effectiveness. Besides, in terms of rarity, isn't Xiao Huangshu obviously rarer? Huh? Chris's mind was a little confused. Although he knew something was wrong, he couldn't find a reason to refute it and could only assume it was a fallacy. They arrived at the 2nd floor. The deep, dark, and unlit corridor exuded a faint aura of danger. It was a long and wide corridor. Every floor of the royal city had a main corridor like this, connecting the rooms and leading to the upper and lower floors, and it was also the only way to Alice's room. Boss, I know. After warning Chris, Zun Zun walked slowly down the dark corridor. Halfway there, swish. The light from the magic stone lamp instantly illuminated the entire corridor. The sound of footsteps echoed everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, Zun Zun and Chris were surrounded by a group of people. Tisk, Chris exclaimed. It was a trap. Surrender, invaders. If you don't resist, I'll spare your lives. Claire emerged from the crowd, her face smug and haughty, like a high-ranking nobleman passing a resounding verdict on the lowest of criminals. No, now, Zun Zun and the others were the criminals. You've truly underestimated me. Did you deliver this warning letter? Claire took out a letter from her chest. After the fall of the Sword of Damocles, the celebration ends as the blue and white moon hovers overhead. Speaking of time, it's now. I shall descend upon the most romantic tower in the castle to visit the most noble smile. Speaking of location, it is Her Highness Alice's bedroom. And this last sentence. This is a tryst between bodies, please allow me to steal your heart. You dare to express your love to Lady Alice, you are unforgivable. No way, Zun Zun was very happy, believing he had solved the riddle, but was it all a misunderstanding? But what Zun Zun said was too confusing. Finally, there was the object. A necklace that could switch bodies. Time, place, and object. This warning letter was clearly Zun Zun's masterpiece, but in the end, it was explained with a distorted truth. Zun Zun looked around and saw that there were no mages present except for Rain. We guessed our purpose, so we set up an ambush in advance, planning to use a human wave tactic. But it's strange. You knew we were coming, and yet you didn't have any powerful adventurers guarding this place. We don't need powerful adventurers to deal with you, I see. It's arrogance, it's your side that's arrogant. Breaking into the palace at night and even sending a warning letter in advance. You'll definitely receive the punishment you deserve. Under Claire's command, the knights, swords drawn, gradually approached. Their faces reflected confidence. With so many people surrounding them, even the most formidable would have no escape. The outcome was clearly decided. Zun Zun sighed. Please stand aside, huh? You think we'll just stand aside just because you say that? Invaders. If you want to surrender, it's now. Perhaps you still have the chance to save your lives. Now, surrender, the lead knight said, but was startled by the 2 terrifying red lights that appeared on Zun Zun's blurry face. You've made a mistake, what? Remember, this isn't a request, it's. Zun Zun took a slow step forward. An order. In an instant, countless guards and knights collapsed like scythes, groaning in pain. No, it's impossible. How could this happen? It hurts, they clutched their chests and heads, as if trapped in an abnormal state. No matter how they struggled, they only managed to fall and crawl on the ground. Claire and Rain clearly wanted to do something, but like the others, they fell to the ground with pained expressions, unable to get up. The nature of spirits. Upon connecting with them, various negative states are produced, even those with extremely high spiritual compatibility are not immune. This was the same ability that had caused Julius to accidentally inflict the symptoms of spiritual disorder on Natsuki Subaru. Looking at Claire, who was struggling to get up with a fierce expression. Zun Zun said in a low voice, "Please lie down on the ground, honestly. After all, it's very difficult to control the force when stepping over an ant without trampling it to death." He then walked past her calmly. Chapter 303, Distance means nothing to you and me. Zun Zun walked slowly through the crowd of sprawled knights struggling on the ground. His elegant gait seemed like that of a thief, or rather, a knight attending a banquet. Wait, wasn't that said a long time ago? Due to his immense power and mysterious presence, Claire could only stare into the moonlight with reluctance, striding steadily toward the top of the castle, in the direction of the princess's chambers. Damn, this shameful humiliation, Claire gritted her teeth, but she could do nothing. Then, a gentle tug was pulled at her clothes. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Rain behind her. Her colleague and friend was beckoning, a sign that the magic was ready. Since she had fallen, protecting Rain, she went unnoticed by the mysterious figure before her. She didn't know why her friend hadn't been affected, but now that the intruder was off guard, it was the perfect time to strike. Cursed thunder. The silent, intermediate-level spell was unleashed instantly. But just before it reached a mysterious figure in the white dress, two fingers, as if anticipating a surprise attack, grabbed the lightning bolt from the back of her head, without even turning around. What the? Claire gasped in astonishment. Her timing and magic were masterful, yet she was so easy to neutralize. Not bad. Zun Zun looked at Rain. This common noble, Alice's history and magic teacher, was usually silent, but surprisingly, she possessed a great affinity for elves. Not only had she quickly escaped the elves' interference, but she had also orchestrated a brilliant counterattack. Unfortunately, she ran into Zun Zun. His eyes flashed red, and the gem at the tip of Rain's staff shattered, causing Rain to let out a soft scream and remain motionless. Who the hell is that guy? How could such a master become a thief? Claire moaned in dismay. Wow, how impressive! The compliment, Zun Zun is impressive, rang out again. It wasn't flattery or praise, but genuine admiration. Chris was completely captivated. Before, she had always believed that keeping a low profile was the right thing to do. After all, wasn't it natural for thieves to be discreet? But now she had changed her mind. Strength is the foundation of everything. If she had Zun Zun's strength, who could enter the palace unnoticed, while maintaining a low profile? Discreet? Discreet? To Chris's exultation, Zun Zun simply replied, "No matter what happens, as long as you walk by my side, Chris, no enemy will be able to stop us." That sentence completely moved her. Even though Chris hadn't done anything, just lounging around the whole time. It had to be said that this statement was quite emotionally clever. Upon reaching the upper level, the site was a vast courtyard, paved with bluestone and lined with beautiful flowers and plants. Beyond the courtyard was Alice's bedroom. But on the bluestone path leading from the courtyard to the bedroom, a handsome man in black armor, wielding a magic sword, was standing in front of it. Although Miss Claire said no reinforcements were needed, I insisted on staying out of kindness, and it seems I made the right decision. He raised his longsword, imbued with immense magical energy, as if he had been waiting a long time, and loudly introduced himself. "I am Monsieur Ruji Hibiki. Are you the gentleman thieves everyone is talking about? Surrender." He was also trying to persuade them to surrender. It was rumored that the demon sword hero, third among the kingdom's adventurers, was able to cleave an ancient dragon in two with a single blow, and anyone who encountered him would panic. Actually, what should we do, boss? It's Monsieur Ruji. Chris was already panicking. As one of the few who had been transported to another world and prospered, many believe him to be the hero with the greatest hope of defeating the Demon King. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to merge their two teams. Yujian Xiangai. I've been hearing about you for a while, enough with this small talk, let's see who the real one is. Zun Zun tried to feign ignorance to allay suspicions, but Yujian Xiangai didn't believe it. Perhaps he was eager for the fight and was ready to jump right into the fight. Have fun, he gestured for Chris to back off. Chris wanted to take advantage of Zun Zun holding Yujian Xiangai back so he could steal the necklace from Alice's room, but who knew if there were even more formidable second and first rank adventurers behind them, so he decided to watch the spectacle from the sidelines. Yujian Xiangai sighed lightly upon hearing this. He had a few formidable, albeit questionable, adventurers behind him, but if they surpassed him and reached the back, he would feel embarrassed. So he said brazenly, "You two can come together." "Oh? You think you're better than me?" Yujian Xiangai felt like he'd heard those same words before, and the tone was surprisingly similar. But before he could even think about it, he saw the mysterious figure in white in front of him attack. In that moment of distraction, a fist with reddish magic struck his handsome face, completely oblivious to the trajectory of the attack. Puff, Yujian Xiangai was sent flying. Zun Zun, on the other hand, felt like he had had ice cream in the middle of summer, refreshed from head to toe. God knew how much he had been suffering from the torment he had recently endured at the hands of the handsome man. A single punch to Yujian Xiangai's face was truly thrilling. And that was just the appetizer. As if he wanted to humiliate him, Zun Zun's punches were powerful, each one impacting forcefully on Yujian Xiangai's face. Soon, his face was bruised and swollen, like a pig's head. Woo woo woo. To Zun Zun's surprise, he didn't collapse. Instead, he stubbornly stood up, blocking their way. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems that Yujian Xiangai has been purchasing a lot of skill potions created by Zun Zun, using them to enhance his stamina and endurance. This certainly coincides with a conventional swordsmanship strategy. After Yujian Xiangai drank Zun Zun's superior healing potion, his chubby face quickly returned to normal. If he pretended to be a mysterious and powerful being and then beat Yujian Xiangai into a pig's head, forcing him to buy more healing potions, wouldn't he make more money? He could even humiliate him before leaving, motivating him to get stronger and then sell ability potions. He had stumbled upon a new business opportunity. While Zun Zun was distracted, Yujian Xiangai had already composed himself, raising his magic sword as if he was ready to use it. The magic sword hero was famous for his magic sword, and his recent performance proved that, even after so long, he hadn't made any progress. Yujian Xiangai understood this clearly, but he was still hesitant to use the magic sword there. After all, this was the royal palace, and damaging it might be a crime. At this thought, Yujian Xiangai hesitated again, leaping back to create distance. Why are you keeping such a distance? Then, he heard this question. Zun Zun glared at him. If you want to make sure he catches up to me, you should get in close and shoot. Or are you afraid of getting closer, leaving a part of me out of your sight? If so, it's foolish. Distance only matters in a battle of equal strength. To you and me, distance means nothing. Look, as if to prove his point to Yujian Xiangai, Zun Zun took a step forward and appeared in front of him. Silent step. A martial arts step. Its effect is to silently invade someone's field of vision, leaving no time for the opponent to react. If I do that, my hand will touch your heart almost immediately. A hand gently rested on his chest. The spiritual connection activated, instantly disrupting Yujian Xiangai's senses, leaving him unable to react and being struck. However, his strong physical resilience allowed him to use his magic sword to support himself on the ground, narrowly avoiding falling. A technique comparable to that of a first-time assassin, it works time and time again. You've wasted too much time. Get out of here. Zun Zun kicked him in the rear, sending Yujian Xiangai tumbling to the ground. Seeing that the battle was over, Chris rushed over. He had witnessed the entire fight, and initially panicking, fearing defeat, he hadn't expected such a crushing defeat. Zun Zun might now be able to challenge the Demon King alone. If Zun Zun knew what Chris was thinking, he would nod earnestly, confirming that he could indeed challenge the Demon King alone. However, the Demon King's strength lies not in his individual strength, but in his ability to amplify the power of his subordinates, reaching the cadre level. This is the most daunting aspect. Let's go towards victory, he said with a bold yet profound phrase, leading Chris toward the princess's chambers. Yujian Xiangai, lying on the floor, didn't stand up with difficulty like Claire and the others. Instead, he rubbed his buttocks, as if pondering something, with a look of confusion and doubt on his face. Zun Zun didn't notice anything. Upon reaching the corridor leading to Alice's room, Chris had set up a silk thread trap to prevent the knights from chasing them. Zun Zun felt it was useless, merely a psychological comfort. Back in the palace dungeon, the Chimera had easily freed him. Standing in front of Alice's room, he knocked politely. Then, with little politeness, he opened the door. Thank goodness you've made it this far, invaders. Protecting the people, the kingdom, the royal family is the mission of the Dustiness family. As long as I'm here, would you please be quiet? Zun Zun interrupted sharply. Whether, Darkness seemed surprised to be interrupted before she could finish her initial speech. But just as she was about to speak, she realized she was staring at both of them, especially Chris. Being such a friendly friend, how could she not recognize Chris? Zun Zun was already excited. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 300 for you, The Six Old Men. Darkness couldn't have gone unnoticed as she recognized the two people who appeared behind the door. She froze, speechless. Zun Zun wouldn't lie to herself that she hadn't let him get away. Please step aside. I have a date with a princess. Hey, Darkness almost lost her composure. You turned down the invitation to spend the night after the banquet, insisting on a night raid out of pure excitement, right? The body swap necklace hadn't been revealed. Therefore, Darkness had no idea that Alice knew it was Zun Zun and Chris coming for the night raid, and even that it was a reality show. Instead, she didn't know how to defend them. Darkness, what's wrong? A pre-battle show is a must. I've told you this several times, right? Megumin was also in her room, ready to leave. Claire had asked her to protect the princess that night, and she'd been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the thieves. Get out of the way. I'll catch these two thieves. I may not have recovered enough magic to cast it, but I'm confident in my combat skills. At that moment, Megumin, still brandishing her wand, froze. There was no way she could have recognized Zun Zun in disguise. Instead, how handsome. He used an unknown method to change his appearance. But, wearing a white dress is in poor taste. I wish he was all black with a cool mask. Zun Zun pursed his lips and snapped his fingers. With a snap, the white dress instantly transformed into a black one, and the masquerade mask also appeared on his face. He went from an elegant nobleman to a mysterious band of thieves. Such a graceful transformation was truly alluring. Wow, how handsome. This time, Dian, seemingly irritating Megumin, stared intently at Zun Zun's face. Her face flushed, her body trembling slightly. What do I do, Darkness? This gentleman thief is so clever. Not only does he have good taste, but he can also change his style. What do I do, Darkness? She was originally a crimson demon. Aesthetics are naturally affected. Megumin, another crimson demon, was instantly captivated. Her eyes glittered, her breathing became heavy, and she demanded loudly, what a beautiful mask and what a gorgeous black dress. And how about a name? Do you have a name for your band of thieves? The Heart Thieves. Great. Zun Zun's reply pleased her even more. If Darkness hadn't stopped her, Megumin, her face full of anticipation, might have defected and joined the band of thieves. Damned thieves. You. Boss, I understand. Zun Zun placed a hand on Darkness's shoulder, causing her to fall to the ground, unable to move. This was for her own good. It would give Darkness an excuse to claim that she was outmatched and incapacitated. Furthermore, the people outside, whether it was the knights, Miss Shiruji Hibiki, or even Claire herself, all succumbed to this attack, so Darkness would be no exception. As long as no one else intervened. Holy purification, as if purposely causing trouble, Aqua, still gripping the bottle tightly, emerged from the depths of the room. She effortlessly removed the negative effects of the spiritual connection. Even Darkness's superior stamina was no match for her. How on earth did she do it? Did she have no limits? You're so unlucky to be here. As you can see, any skill that's close will be ineffective. Now, surrender, Aqua declared. If she couldn't help, she'd be a liability, facing two. Not even Zun Zun expected Aqua to be able to purify the negative effects of spirits. True to his idiot goddess, she was incredibly troublesome. She truly lived up to that saying. A teammate is a liability, an enemy is a show of strength. Darkness shared the same sentiment. On the verge of tears, she helplessly raised her sword again, trying to attack the two of them. But had she forgotten? Her clumsy hands couldn't even hit them. Watch as I use all my strength in one sweeping blow. One hit will finish you, Darkness declared, but her powerful attack was weak. The clumsy knight, unable to attack, unleashed a skill comparable to a slashing blow. Then, she got kicked in the butt. Staggering, Darkness fell to the ground, able to get up, but wisely feigning death. Anything else could have caused even more trouble. It was a shameful, but necessary, sacrifice. Aqua screamed angrily. Darkness, you idiot, how could you be so clueless? Who announces their next attack to their opponent? Is that why they always say you have muscles in your head? Woo-woo. Tears sprang into Darkness's eyes as she was scolded by the goddess who was least aware of the situation. It's okay, it's a necessary sacrifice. She felt sorry for her. Megumin, standing next to her, looked at Zun Zun in admiration, as if she were seeing a hero. Honestly, it felt refreshing and unpleasant all at once. Her emotions were quite complex. Advance after advance, if only it were that easy to meet Alice. Saber light, a delicate shout rang out, accompanied by a bright flash of lightning, striking Zun Zun, but it was easily blocked by the protective shield that rippled like water. Clearly, meeting the princess wasn't going to be that easy. My name is Yunyun. A great mage capable of using advanced magic. As the Crimson Demon Clan's most outstanding mage, I will one day become the village leader. It was quite an impressive introduction. Seeing Yunyun in an awkward pose before him, the Crimson Demon Chief would surely exclaim in relief at seeing his daughter had grown up, but Zun Zun didn't want to meet his fiancée right now. Well done, but don't do it again next time. As expected of Yunyun. You're the most reliable in the end. Like Darkness and Megumin, they are inexplicably useless. This time, let's capture them and drink the premium sparkling wine, Aqua cheered. With her support and Yunyun's strength, the balance of power in this battle would definitely tip in their favor. Hey, what do we do? Chris knew Yunyun was powerful. With balanced abilities, she wasn't as easy to deal with as the other problem children. Besides, now wasn't the time to explain herself, doing so might only make the situation worse. Yunyun adopted the horse stance, preparing herself. I don't know why you're invading the palace at night, but I ask that you two gentlemen surrender, sir. Chris looked at her tablet. She'd been called sir multiple times that night, her fragile heart was already shattered. Even if she lied and pretended not to care, the constant insistence on rubbing salt in her wounds was unbearable. Zun Zun ignored Chris's sadness. Before Yunyun could even try to persuade her to give up, she extended her bare right hand. Then, with a flick of the wrist, a rather cute little box appeared in her palm. Huh? Yunyun was visibly stunned at the sight. When Zun Zun opened the box and revealed the jewelry within, she was even more stunned. It was a pair of earrings. Upon closer inspection, it revealed the exact same style as Megumin's. WY. The girl groped in her arms, muttering in disbelief. She couldn't feel the box feeling familiar. Zun Zun didn't hesitate and threw it into the bushes outside the door, right in front of her. No. 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 The terrified girl ran into the bushes outside the bedroom, searching for the abandoned jewelry box. What's wrong? What happened to Yunyun? Not only Chris, but even Aqua and Darkness were puzzled. Even Megumin, hidden from view, only saw Yunyun let out a strange cry and run into the bushes outside, searching for something. As it was late at night and unfamiliar to them, they didn't notice that Zun Zun had just thrown down the same earrings he had given Yunyun, the same style as Megumin's. This tactic might not have worked on others, but it worked wonders on Yunyun, who appreciated gifts from others. His fiancée had said she would treasure every gift he gave her. As Zun Zun's conscience gnawed at him, he had no choice but to quickly dispose of Yunyun. No one could stand in his way. After overcoming numerous obstacles, Zun Zun and Chris finally reached the back of the room. Alice walked out of the room. She wasn't fully armed. And she wasn't carrying a weapon. She was wearing a slightly ornate princess dress, as if to greet them specially. In reality, she was the final obstacle. Alice wasn't a weak and fragile princess. She still vividly remembered the moment she'd split the Chimera in half with a single blow back in the dungeon. But this time, with their identities clear, there was no need to fight. It's finally here, sir. Yes, Mom. Zun Zun slowly approached her, and Alice greeted him without warning. When they were 2 or 3 steps away, Alice, unable to contain herself, threw herself into Zun Zun's arms. Chris shook her head helplessly. Zun Zun felt keenly that the princess was being willful. She had clearly warned him of the dangers of the necklace, yet he had still insisted on playing with it, even giving Claire and the others a hard time. Was this a supernatural version of beacon fire, a trick game? Well, the charade should be over. Zun Zun hugged Alice, skillfully removing the necklace from around her neck. Unexpectedly, as they parted, Alice placed something in his palm. What's up? Buy one, get one free? There was no time to check, as the noisy footsteps outside the chamber undoubtedly informed Zun Zun that the knights were approaching. To prevent accidents, Zun Zun didn't disturb them too much. It was almost time. He exchanged a glance with Chris. They both approached the chamber window. The moonlight cast an even more mysterious shadow behind them. Your Highness Alice, are you alright? Your Highness Alice. Are you alright? Did the thieves hurt you? I'm fine, don't worry. Claire, Rain, Mitsurugi Hibiki, and the other knights rushed in. Seeing Alice safe and sound, they were visibly relieved. The event was over. Zun Zun, watching the crowd, had no intention of saying anything. Silence was the best way to keep a secret. He observed the various expressions of Claire, Rain, Mitsurugi Hibiki, and Darkness, who were shielding Alice from the bitterness lurking behind them. He laughed softly. Good evening, everyone. There was no petulant teasing or condescending reprimanding, only the carefree ease of someone leaving a party. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet. It was teleportation magic. But they couldn't, or rather, they didn't dare interrupt it. So they could only reluctantly allow them to leave. However, the moment the light from the teleportation circle reached its peak, a sinister and cunning figure silently appeared. It was as if they had been lying in wait, waiting for the moment when the incident was about to end and everyone's guard was down, before leaping forward to seize the initiative. Seeing this figure, Zun Zun's face suddenly changed. His eyes could detect magic, and since those present, such as Aqua, Alice, Rain, and Mitsurugi Hibiki, were all highly magical, Zun Zun naturally overlooked the lowest-ranking individual with the least magical power. Although he was an insignificant adventurer, although his magical power was imperceptible, although he shouldn't be there. But this guy, as if he had anticipated this impossibility and exploited this cognitive bias, jumped in at the end to claim ultimate victory. A sinister smile curved his lips. He extended his sinister right hand towards Zun Zun. Anyone else might have stolen something like his underwear, but he was absolutely certain that wouldn't happen with Zun Zun. So, bet it all on this move. Steal, the brawler shouted. His right hand suddenly flashed, and a necklace appeared in it. I got it. I got it. Waving the necklace around like it was underwear, he exclaimed excitedly, I knew this plan would work. With it, I'll be able to live freely in the castle again. Zun Zun tried to snatch it away, but the teleportation magic was already at work. Damn Kaz! Before he could finish his words, he and Chris disappeared, leaving a brief echo in the princess's chambers. Claire was worried about the mysterious thief who had disappeared and Sato Kazuma, who had inexplicably been waving a necklace around the princess's room like it was her underwear. What the hell is going on? She thought, feeling her brain burning. But regardless, the memorable evening ended there. Chapter 305, we solemnly declare that there is no winner in this event. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Chris's voice could be heard pleading for mercy from the inn. I was wrong. I was wrong. Darkness, please stop pinching me. It was already the next morning. After such a turbulent night, the capital was in chaos. After all, the legendary chivalrous thief had easily broken into the palace with just 2 people. Not only did he easily defeat the guards, knights, and powerful adventurers, but he also casually snatched the princess's magic items. And this was despite all precautions. The actions of the silver-haired, white-clothed boy immediately became a rumor, spreading throughout the capital in the blink of an eye. Luckily, the princess wasn't hurt, otherwise, the king on the front line would surely be furious and return to the palace to severely punish the atmosphere in the capital. And now, Chris was being beaten and grabbed. How dare you enter the palace so easily? You're sick of living, Chris. Darkness's hands tightened. Chris cried out in pain, Darkness, Darkness. Calm down, please. I have a legitimate reason for doing this. I'm going to split my head open. Also, why is Zun Zun also an accomplice? Why doesn't he have to be punished, then? What? It hurts, let go of me, you stupid gentleman. Against violence. Against violence. Don't use so much force, my head. Another victim has been added. The beautiful Zun Zun was dragged into the water by Chris and was unable to escape. This Darkness's gripping strength is growing unnaturally. Why is his divine body having no effect? Could this add-on be fake? Chris saw that Zun Zun didn't dodge and actually smiled when being pinched. One can't help but wonder if he has developed some strange habit. No. It should be that the 2 people who made mistakes are very happy to suffer the same situation. Shortly after returning to the hotel, Darkness also hurried back. After seeing them, she used Iron Claw to torture them without saying a word. Darkness, listen to me. I really didn't mean to be so ostentatious in the beginning. It was Zun Zun who insisted on showing off. He used such a presumptuous method on purpose. It has nothing to do with me. I was ordered to. Hey, Chris. You betrayed me. Zun Zun didn't expect him to give himself away so quickly. Huh? Darkness grabbed her temple and squeezed it hard. It hurts so badly. It has nothing to do with me, and besides, weren't you excited too, Chris, and even said you wanted to form a lifelong thief group with me? Are you lying to me with those words? You actually lied to my innocent and pure heart. Be careful or I'll blame you for the rest of my life. You can go to Yunyun and Megumin for this kind of thing. And there's nothing I can do about it. I lost the rock, paper, scissors game, so I can only do whatever you want. Such an important matter is decided by rock, paper, scissors. Darkness's expression was terrifyingly serious. The two of them's childish decision seemed to have hit the nail on the head. No, perhaps it was because the impact was too strong and she was very angry? Zun Zun. Chris, here. The two of them who had been throwing dirty water at each other fell silent in fright at this cold shout, while Darkness still maintained an unprecedentedly angry expression, indicating that they should tell the whole story quickly and honestly. And after hearing it, you two, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me from the start, you wouldn't have had to do such a stupid thing, and I would have taken care of it. Naturally, Darkness sighed deeply. After Chris revealed that Alice was wearing a sacred necklace that could swap bodies, Darkness immediately obtained her forgiveness. After all, the necklace was too dangerous. Not only could it grant eternal life, but there might be someone secretly plotting against the royal family behind the scenes. But that's no reason not to tell me. Well, it's not that I can't, but that I can't. Chris scratched the faint scar on his cheek awkwardly. He gestured for Zun Zun to tell him the story, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he began to explain. Alice knew about the necklace a long time ago. What, a long time ago? Zun Zun asked me to write a letter to Alice. Before she received the necklace, Darkness was stunned. She soon remembered that Zun Zun was a fortune teller, so it stood to reason that he would know. Then, it's Alice. She insisted on playing and asked us to rob it. Impossible. After hearing this explanation, Darkness's first reaction was that it was impossible. You know, Alice is a very polite and sensible child, so how could she make such a deliberate request? But, Darkness, you were also in the princess's bedroom at that time, so didn't Alice show any resistance upon seeing the thieves come in, huh? Not only not, but Alice even threw herself into Zun Zun's arms. At that moment, Zun Zun was a mysterious man whose face couldn't be seen clearly. Unless he knew, how could you be so intimate with a stranger? So you know, Darkness. Zun Zun stood up, pointed at her, and shouted, You, Claire, Rain, and those gentlemen are just part of our game with Alice. Hey, aren't you excited? Me, not me. Although Darkness flatly refused, her rosy cheeks and slightly trembling body made her feel very happy. This pervert is beyond help. It was wrong of us to barge into the palace with such fanfare, but we did it thinking that Alice would like it. The entire trip went almost the same as planned. We took advantage of Claire's arrogance, Miss Shiruji Hibaki's innocence, and Darkness's slowness. In short, we got the necklace and completed the event smoothly, but someone picked the peaches in the end. Zun Zun and Chris looked reluctantly at a scoundrel pretending to whistle in a corner of the hotel. If he hadn't made some joke at the end, this magnificent performance should have ended without a hitch. Kazuma, how did you know we were going to steal the necklace? This is the dubious point of the problem. Chris didn't say it. From beginning to end, Zun Zun mastered the timing and method, and Chris didn't tell anyone to keep it a secret. But in the end, Sato Kazuma took credit for it, which angered and confused them. I didn't know you were going to steal the necklace, huh? Actually, I've been following you the whole time, huh? I have to say, Sato Kazuma's mind is very quick. After catching Chris in Eldap's kitchen, he immediately thought of the silver-haired thief rumored on the streets of the royal capital. Sato Kazuma, who was unwilling to be chased out by Claire, ran into Chris wandering the street on his way out. Sato Kazuma, who held a higher position, was considering whether to ask him to go to the palace to loot, but he didn't expect to see Chris going towards the palace on his own initiative. So you followed me? Chris put his hand to his forehead and sighed. She was careless. He thought the adventurers would enjoy the banquet in the palace, but who would have thought someone would be expelled? What Sato Kazuma didn't say was, in fact, he guessed that Chris was going to break into the palace at night, and was planning to follow him to steal some things, and then blame it on the silver-haired thief, but confessing would lead to reprimand, so it was better to keep silent. But it's fortunate you weren't discovered. Chris, have you forgotten that Claire didn't post patrolling guards? I forgot. Claire was too conceited, So except for the necessary path to Alice's room, there was no one to guard other places. She probably wanted to concentrate her men to better utilize human wave tactics, but she didn't expect it to be convenient for Zun Zun. It was also convenient for Sato Kazuma. That's it. After Zun Zun took down those guards and knights, I used the stealth skill to secretly follow you. After meeting Yujian, I hid in Alice's room and waited for the opportunity. What happened next was very clear. Sato Kazuma jumped in at the last critical moment and became the only MVP last night. He was like the protagonist of the ancient Yin Cup. He let the outside fight rage and beat the dogs, and hid in the most insidious corner waiting for the opportunity to act and snatch the fruits of final victory. Although I didn't expect that Zun Zun and you would communicate with Alice, and this time you did it on purpose, but based on what you said just now, no one knows except you, and you can't let others know, right? Sato Kazuma said this suddenly. She didn't want to admit it, but she was right. Leaving Alice aside, Zun Zun and the others couldn't say it, otherwise, Claire would be furious. In other words, Sato Kazuma's lips curved into a sinister smile, and then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Under circumstances where I couldn't explain the truth of the matter, I helped Alice, the princess of the royal family, retrieve the necklace that was about to be stolen. This is an indisputable fact. Then, as the great hero this time, I will definitely be praised and rewarded. I must live in the palace again and slap those nobles. Haha, ha. However, Claire declared loudly, Sato Kazuma. You entered Her Highness Alice's room without permission, and I suspect you are subverting the kingdom. You are now sentenced to treason. Death penalty, although I really want to say this, considering that you helped Her Highness Alice, the royal family, restore her reputation in the end, I will no longer hold you responsible for your guilt. But because of your dangerous actions, you are ordered to leave the capital immediately. That's a lie. Now, let alone staying in the palace, you can't even stay in the capital. It's completely different from what I imagined. Chapter 306 Your ring. No, it's your ring. Why do I have to explain why I was in Alice's chambers? It's not the process that matters, but the outcome, right? I saved the royal family's reputation, I performed a great deed. Sato Kazuma couldn't contain himself after the verdict. Not only did he not receive the benefits, but he was also exiled from the capital. It would be unbearable for anyone. Had he known, he should have left the necklace alone. After all, it was still a sacred artifact. But he had no choice. Claire simply wondered why Sato Kazuma, expelled from the palace, would return and even hide in Alice's chambers. What was his reason for doing so? She had no answer. She couldn't say that she knew Zun Zun and Chris were coming to steal something and ambushed them beforehand. That would make it look like they were acting in collusion, which would be even worse. Serves you right, Kazuma. You thought you'd have it all to yourself. This is karma, Aqua exclaimed furiously. If you had told us earlier, this wouldn't have happened, she was furious. Darkness and Megumin's laziness last night was one thing, but Yunyun hadn't been effective at all. Sato Kazuma, who was present, was constantly trying to act alone, which she attributed to lack of cooperation. I'm not going to cooperate with you, idiot. What did you say? The two argued again. Yunyun came to apologize, explaining that her earrings had been accidentally stolen the night before. Her humility touched Zun Zun. His fiancée appreciated such things, but he did that, what a jerk. Zun Zun couldn't help but slap himself. As the team blamed each other and shooed them away for their lack of cooperation, a faint laugh echoed in the distance, but it quickly died away. Everyone turned and saw Alice appear behind them. Her face was flushed, her head lowered, and her shoulders were slightly trembling. She could see herself laughing. She was probably the happiest person this time. There was no winner in this event. Whether it was the thieves, Zun Zun, the defenders, or Sato Kazuma, who took advantage of the situation, none of the three factions gained the slightest advantage. If we had to point to a single winner, it would be Alice, who knew the whole story and sat on the pedestal. Thinking about it, could this event turn out just as she imagined? Zun Zun hadn't forgotten the strange incident in the royal capital's dungeon. Iris, what are you doing here? Darkness asked. Her expression was a little complicated. After all, the princess she had always thought of as innocent and adorable was actually a little devil, demanding that everyone participate in such an outrageous game. If Claire knew, she would surely fly into rage and want to kill Zun Zun and the others, so it was best not to tell her. Speaking of which, Darkness looked at Alice's chest. The necklace was gone. As if Alice anticipated her question, she spoke. That magic item seems to have the ability to switch bodies. Considering its dangerousness and to prevent more thieves from stealing it, I asked Miss Aqua to help me seal it. Indeed. This is all my doing, the idiot goddess patted her chest. She understood that she was eager to take credit, but she couldn't offer any more rewards in this situation. Not punishing someone for harming the royal family was already a good thing. Zun Zun breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Alice hadn't had enough and would try again. Seeing Zun Zun's relief, Alice's expression darkened slightly. And she lowered her head and felt guilty. She must have realized the trouble her impulsiveness had caused others. Because of her impulsive behavior, not only Zun Zun and his group, but also Claire and the others, faced heavy criticism. Rumors spread throughout the capital that she was unfit to be Alice's bodyguard. However, as she was the eldest daughter of the noble Sinfonia family, these voices were quickly silenced. But the trouble he had caused could not be remedied. It's okay, Alice, he placed a hand on her head. Huh? I'm enjoying it too, really, sure, with the exception of Yunyun, no Crimson Demon liked to pretend. Although it wasn't a coordinated plan and they couldn't reveal their names, being able to freely enter and exit the palace and leave a legacy behind was refreshing. It was the fact that he had been swindled in the end that still bothered him. By the way, Alice looked Zun Zun in the eye and said in a slightly trembling voice, Zun Zun, I have a favor to ask you, huh? Alice, ever since they met again, had been acting capriciously, perhaps apologizing for the possibility of another act of whim. But Zun Zun didn't pressure her, instead waiting silently. Then, as if determined, Alice clenched her fists with a serious expression and slowly spoke her whimsical request. I hope you can defeat the Demon King, Zun Zun, no problem, I know it's a deliberate request, a feat few can accomplish, but I hope you can. What? No problem. After all, my original goal was to defeat the Demon King, or rather, one of the requirements for abolishing him. Really, sure. Not just me, but my companions as well. Zun Zun gave way to her, and Sato Kazuma and the others following behind smiled confidently and posed elegantly. We all have the same goal. Great, Alice, relieved, patted her chest and said, if it's you, Zun Zun, you certainly can. I ask that you put more effort into the task of defeating the Demon King. May the goddess protect Zun Zun and make his military fortunes flourish. She broke into a broad smile. But it's not just that, huh? My goal isn't just to defeat the Demon King. My ultimate goal is to become the Demon King. But I won't be the Demon King I am now. I want to be the most benevolent, kind, supreme, and powerful Demon King. Alice obviously didn't expect Zun Zun to say that. Becoming a Demon King, in that case. But, Alice, I remember that the beginning of a heroic story usually starts with a Demon King kidnapping the princess. So before that, Alice, wait, I'll kidnap you soon. Yes, a huge grin spread across his face. He said he wanted to become a Demon King and kidnap the princess without caring about anyone else. It must have been Zun Zun who said that. If it had been Sato Kazuma, Claire would have drawn her sword and struck him down a long time ago. In that case, I'll treasure that love letter. Love letter. Zun Zun was stunned. How could he not know she had written a love letter? After the sword of Damocles falls, the celebrations end, and the blue and white moon rises, I will descend upon the tower of the most romantic castle, to visit the noblest smile. This is a meeting between two bodies, please allow me to steal your heart, isn't it? The shy girl recited the warning letter like a love poem. The reason for Claire's fury was exposed. Alice, that's a warning letter, right? I know it. Alice smiled sarcastically at Zun Zun's nervousness. Her mischievous attitude made Zun Zun understand that he had been tricked. But I didn't expect you to resist so much, please don't be mistaken, Alice. My love letters aren't cheap. I'll write you a quality one later, really? Then I'll look forward to your request. Look forward to it, damn it, tricked again. Zun Zun slapped his forehead. He'd been tricked in such a short time, twice. He looked at the cheerful princess with a mixture of anger and amusement. By the way, Zun Zun, do you still have it? Yes, Zun Zun turned his wrist. A ring appeared in his palm. It was the gift he had received when he received the necklace the night before. He didn't understand why Alice had given it to him. By the way, could this ring be one of those royal rings given to partners? Your ring? No, it's your ring. Alice didn't take the ring, but placed it on the ring finger of Zun Zun's left hand. Hey, Then she clasped her hands with a look of pity and anticipation, and whispered, "I hope you can overcome all obstacles and become the great being you've always dreamed of. I'll always be waiting for you." Then, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Zun Zun on the cheek. Her gesture was like a wife saying goodbye to her husband before he went off to war. Wait, Megumin couldn't hold it back any longer. She shouted, "How dare you kiss Zun Zun? Are you trying to fight me? Even if you call me sister, I won't forgive you. You want to fight?" The royal family is very powerful. Suddenly, the two of them got into a fight, causing Yunyun and Claire to intervene. "Megumin, stop it. I know you're angry, but didn't we become friends with Alice yesterday? Why are we arguing again today? Friends shouldn't argue, Your Highness Alice, please calm down. You've never fought before, how could you do something like that? And what's wrong with you now? Why did you do that to Zun Zun?" Clearly, they didn't understand the reasoning. The argument continued for a while. Megumin was furious with Yunyun, who was worried about her friend, for not fighting back, believing that her weakness had allowed Alice to become more aggressive. Claire, on the other hand, glared at Zun Zun as if she were a rival, muttering things like enemy and expel. Seeing that time was almost up, she asked, "Miss Rain, please." "Yes, leave it to me." Zun Zun asked Rain to cast a teleportation spell. Teleportation spells can retain up to 3 coordinates, and between Crimson Devil Village, Axel, Alkenrisha, the Royal Palace Courtyard, and the Royal Capital Inn, Zun Zun covered Axel and Alkenrisha, so she needed Rain's help to move. "Goodbye, Alice. I'll see you soon." Gonna, after bidding farewell to Alice, Zun Zun and the others returned to Axel. Chapter 307 Overcome. MF. Chapter 307, Super Ease. MF. One day, not long after returning to Axel, Zun Zun received a summons from the Adventurers Guild. Guessing what was coming, Zun Zun quickly arrived at the guild. The receptionist, dragging a heavy cloth bag, smiled radiantly. "Adventurer Zun Zun, I have invited you here for no other reason." With a dull thud, the eldest sister slammed the heavy bag against a counter, coins crunching as they collided. Zun Zun wouldn't have believed she didn't mean it. Her lips curled upward, and after the adventurers had gathered, she announced, "Since the reward this time is so high, we have delayed payment until now. This is the reward for capturing Sylvia, a member of the Demon King's army, 300 million heiress." And it had to be said that she had managed to mobilize the adventurers' enthusiasm. The guild erupted in cheers. Adventurers lived off rewards. If they managed to defeat a Demon King's general, not only could they live comfortably for the rest of their lives, but they might also become honored guests of certain nobles and even the kingdom. Many capable adventurers set this goal for themselves. But Alice, their plans were brilliant, but futile. Axel was either a slacker waiting to die or novice with little skill. Asking them to defeat a Demon King's general was pure wishful thinking. So there was no need for exhibitionism, no need for that. "Big Oni, let me go." Zun Zun aggressively snatched the bag from the still ostentatious Big Oni, earning himself a couple of beautiful, resentful glares. But I didn't expect Zun Zun to defeat 3 Demon King's generals in the blink of an eye. At this rate, he should be able to defeat the Demon King in less than 3 years, sure, not to mention he's carrying a lot of heavy things like Kazuma, Aqua, and Darkness. Don't say that. A team should always help each other, support each other, and progress together. Some even tried to say something flattering. But, thinking about it, there were practically no normal people in Zun Zun's group. They were always delaying or neglecting to do their duty. Even so, they managed to defeat the leaders of the Demon King's army one after another. It was even rumored that Zun Zun had almost single-handedly defeated Sylvia in the Crimson Demon Village. There's Code. Suddenly, the guild started spreading rumors that Zun Zun was the ace, even claiming that even a pig bonded with Zun Zun could take off. Hey, that's true, but it's too much? In that case, Zun Zun smiled. I can only treat you to some sparkling wine, right? The guild erupted into even louder cheers. Later, Sato, Kazuma and Aqua, suspecting that Zun Zun might have pocketed the reward, rushed over to find the party already underway. Naturally, they joined in, chiding Zun Zun for not inviting them. It was unbearable. Zun Zun, unable to drink sparkling wine, didn't enjoy the boisterous party, so he went to Wiz's magic item shop. Ding-a-ling, welcome. A trip to the capital to add a harem, a rival, a friend. Little Chunan, though still a minor, exudes unfailing charm. Is there something you wish to discuss with this magic item shop? Don't give me useless names. Zun Zun rolled his eyes at Vanir in annoyance. The Grand Duke of Hell, who delights in savoring human emotions, is, in some ways, far more annoying than the Crimson Demons and the Axis cult. At least those two groups go their own way, while Vanir purposefully pulls your leg. Even worse, okay? Speaking of which, where's Miss Wiz? Stupid shopkeeper. Vanir glanced meaningfully at Zun Zun and then spoke with a hint of demonic malice. Since she's always causing the shop to lose money for unknown reasons, and the merchandise that upstart, KonoSuba, brings and sells incredibly well, we've had you starving, guarding the shop during the day, and producing at night. You've been doing this for about 2 weeks now, hey, and then, lately, even when nothing seems out of place, she'll suddenly burst into tears or laughter, and her mood is rather unstable. Your current state doesn't suit you to be in front of others, so we've let her rest. You're a demon. Zun Zun couldn't help but sigh. Even if Wiz were an immortal lich, he could at least be a little nicer to her. This is even worse than the ZB family hanging from the lampposts. It's fair to say that, for a moment, it's hard to distinguish who's the boss and who's the employee. There's nothing we can do about it. Vanir, guessing Zun Zun's thoughts, spread his hands and said, I've been thinking about how to avoid the losses caused by this troublesome boss who gets into trouble whenever he's out of sight. And, from recent observation, I've noticed that when he's bored, he does unnecessary things. So you tried to make Miss Wiz work non-stop, without even having time to eat? Yes, problem solved. What's there to be proud of? Seeing Vanir looking so proud as if he had solved a century-old mystery, Zun Zun clasped his hands, pitying Wiz and silently offering his best wishes. Why, if you pity the foolish shopkeeper, don't you buy a few things here to increase sales? That would only make Miss Wiz's life more difficult. Even if the Lich Lady were a chosen worker, she couldn't bear such misfortune. I truly hope she won't sacrifice Wiz's happiness for the sake of profits. However, after vehemently condemning his carefree behavior, she only received a non-committal shrug, clearly showing that she had no intention of changing. But I'm here to buy something. Welcome. As long as there's a magic item shop in this world, no matter what, and the customer can afford it, I'll definitely bring it to them. Vanir grew even more enthusiastic. He was completely obsessed with money. Zun Zun wasted no time, saying, this is a big business worth 100 million, eh? I see. Vanir, rubbing his chin, nodded in understanding. He knew without needing clairvoyance. It was an agreement Zun Zun had made with him a long time ago. If it weren't for Alice's sudden impulsiveness, this would have happened already. Like we said, Zun Zun threw the bag onto the counter with a thud. Take the reality-distorting demon Max with you, and I'll pay you 100 million Eris, a friendship price, right? Ha. Of course a friendship price. What we say is true. I'm not going to raise the price just because you still have 200 million Eris. Vanir laughed heartily. He had clearly said he wouldn't raise the price, but Zun Zun sensed something wasn't right, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It didn't matter. It was impossible to get Vanir to kill Eldap directly. He had previously rejected Zun Zun's request, arguing that demons fed on human emotions and wouldn't harm them. But for Wiz's sake, he agreed to help send Max back to hell for a friendly price of 100 million Eris. It didn't matter. Even if Vanir played a trick and wouldn't let Max send Eldap back to hell, he could always secretly help the Lord. Zun Zun, relieved, put down the magic tool. He didn't see Vanir's sinister smile. Back at the mansion, Sato Kazuma, Aqua, and the others hadn't returned yet, probably still enjoying the guild party. Although Megumin and Yunyun couldn't drink, they were enjoying the lively atmosphere and probably wouldn't return. Zun Zun, on the other hand, planned to write a letter to Alice. Of course, with his teleportation magic, he could get to the palace quickly, but they had only been gone for a short time, and with the atmosphere of the farewell so intense, it felt awkward to return so soon. Besides, writing letters was even more appealing. Writing to the princess, sharing stories, was truly wonderful. Zun Zun jotted down some interesting anecdotes from the recent past, such as where they had defeated monsters, which dungeons they had cleared, the rewards the guild had given out today, the lively banquet, and so on, all of which were sure to be of great interest to Alice. After finishing the letter, he suddenly realized something. Could this letter reach Alice? Perhaps Claire had stolen it first and then taken it upon herself to reply in Alice's voice? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Zun Zun then mentioned Claire's current situation in the letter. It was simply a test. After writing the letter, the only way to send it was through the guild. The Adventurers Guild in each town served as a sort of post station, allowing for the delivery of both goods and letters. It was time to summon Sato Kazuma and the others. Just as he was about to leave, there was a knock at the door. Zun Zun froze for a moment, staring out the window at the setting sun. Under normal circumstances, knowing Sato Kazuma and Aqua, they wouldn't get home until after drinking until late, so it was impossible for them to return so early. No, it could also be that Megumin and Yunyun had returned. After all, they didn't drink and didn't stay up so late. I'm coming. He opened the mansion's door. Surprise. MF, a voice full of joy and excitement greeted him, along with a delicate and beautiful face. Her long golden hair shone brightly in the setting sun, and her curvaceous figure couldn't be hidden even by the loose priest's attire, which she further accentuated with her raised arms. The person outside was undoubtedly a great beauty. Zun Zun, however, pretended not to see. He looked around pretentiously and said with a puzzled expression, "Hey, how strange, who's knocking at the door? Could it be a joke?" He pretended to close the door. Wait. Don't pretend not to see. Could it be that your older sister, died without knowing it? It's impossible. I was just talking to someone else. So don't ignore me, Zun Zun. Let go of me. You're not welcome here, quickly leave. Come out, quickly sprinkle salt. You really treat your older sister like a filthy person, how excessive. Zun Zun, don't be so cruel. It's obvious that your older sister misses you. Come on, let me kiss you. Let me kiss you, don't come here. You perverted nymphomaniac, Zun Zun cried in horror. Chapter 308. Finally, Zun Zun let Cecily in. It wasn't that he didn't want to kick her out, but the mansion's door was too fragile. If it were broken, he could get in even more easily, which wouldn't be worth it. Once inside, Cecily inhaled deeply. What fragrance! This rich scent of beautiful girls. I'm going to faint, like a pervert, she continued to sniff the scent. But nothing compares to your smell, Zun Zun. Cecily turned around and hugged Zun Zun tightly. Taking advantage of her height, she placed the slime from her chest against Zun Zun's head, generating brain waves while simultaneously sensing his body. How disgusting. And how uncomfortable. Sorry, mine is too big. Please be patient, I can't stand it even a little bit. Zun Zun raised his hands, like heavenly kingly holding the pagoda, and tried to break free. But Cecily's grip was too strong, and Zun Zun himself fell to the ground. Let go of me, no, stop, don't stop. Cecily seemed to enjoy this kind of game, holding on to Zun Zun tightly. The two of them rolled back and forth on the floor of the mansion's living room, soon exhausted, panting, with sweat on their foreheads and their clothes in disarray. What are you doing? A resentful voice came. Zun Zun turned around and saw Megumin, her forehead veins bulging, Yunyun looking aggrieved, Sato Kazuma with envy on his face, and Darkness and Aqua looking bewildered. Sweat instantly ran down his back. Wait, everyone, let me explain. It's not what you think, don't run, Zun Zun. I think being watched by everyone makes me feel even better. Cecily tackled Zun Zun again. The perverted, crowd-obsessed high priest became more excited the more they watched him, and as expected, he was punished. Elder sister, please let go of Zun Zun, let go of me. Yunyun and Megumin punched and kicked her. After a long while of arguing, everyone returned to normal. Zun Zun muttered that it was dirty, and Yunyun tried to comfort him. Megumin glared at the one who started it, while Cecily calmly drank the black tea prepared by Darkness. Hey, Zun Zun. It doesn't look good, Sato Kazuma whispered. Zun Zun looked at him in surprise, expecting him to say something stupid and envious, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Perhaps the strange look hurt Sato Kazuma. Don't think I'm that dumb, okay? I've already understood that there are no normal women in this world. Besides, I saw all this happen to him just now, and he's in a sorry state. What's the point of saying there are no normal women? However, judging from his past experiences, all the girls Sato Kazuma knew had the problems. Sure, there were some without them, but none of them were to his liking. Ahem, sorry for showing up late. The beautiful blonde girl was sitting across from him on the sofa. Her looks, figure, and demeanor were undoubtedly top-notch. But after seeing that crazy look, Sato Kazuma didn't consider her normal. She appeared elegant, but inside, she was a complete idiot. Why did he feel like he'd seen her before? Sato Kazuma looked at Aqua, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. For some reason, he felt an uncanny resemblance between them. And the result was just as he had imagined. I am Cecily, the beautiful priestess of the Axis cult. From today onwards, I will be the priestess of the Church of Axel. I'll look forward to your guidance. Really? Sato Kazuma shouted. What is it, Kazuma? Can't you just wait to do something bad just because you met a beautiful woman? Darkness and Aqua said in disgust. No way, Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes. I've always believed that this Miss Cecily and Aqua have strange similarities. I didn't expect her to be a priestess of the Axis cult. I'm Cecily, known as the beautiful priestess, the broken priestess, Megumin corrected Cecily. Cecily's eyes lit up upon seeing Megumin, and she immediately pounced on the girl in front of her. Megumin, who didn't react in time, was tightly held in her arms. She then kept feeling around behind Megumin, seemingly touching something. It seems Megumin doesn't need it yet. Hey, Megumin cried out in frustration, but then, understanding her true nature, she sighed helplessly. Under the curious gazes of Sato Kazuma, Darkness, and Aqua, she slowly explained their ill-fated relationship. Finally, we parted ways with elder sister and arrived in Axel to begin our adventure. Megumin, call me Sister Cecily. Use softer, more childlike words, and preferably with a less slurred pronunciation. Cecily was being foolish. Sato Kazuma and the others, upon learning that she was a member of the Axis cult, had given up hope of ever learning her true identity. After all, everyone knew that such people had mental issues. Then how did elder sister find you? Right, it's because my love for Zun Zun transcended distance, allowing me to find him. This is proof of our love. Speak clearly. The necklace provided the location. When they left Alkenrisha, Cecily gave Zun Zun a necklace imbued with immense magical power as compensation and a parting gift. The necklace's function was to locate whoever wore it. That must have been how she found it. Okay, Aqua. Zun Zun tugged on the necklace, saying, aren't you the best at making things disappear? I'll give it to you. No. It's a divine artifact. Very valuable, that's right. It's a gift from my dear believer, Zun Zun. Please accept it with gratitude. Inexplicably, the two of them formed a united front, united against a common enemy. He was undoubtedly an idiot. Yunyun suddenly asked curiously, but, big sister, you're completing quests so quickly. I remember you putting in a lot of effort on quests to get transferred to Axel, right? It's only been a little over half a year. Well, actually, my contribution points aren't enough, Rather, my contribution points are only less than 15. Even though I put in a lot of effort on missions, there are always inexplicable problems in the end, resulting not only in me having no contribution points, but also in frequent deductions. Logically, there's no way for me to be transferred to Axel. Hey, Zun Zun pursed his lips. But then he thought, this is a member of the Axis cult, this is Cecily. Anything she tries will never achieve its goal, and might even be a disaster. Then, big sister, how did you get here? Could it be? No, I was transferred here through proper procedures. Cecily quickly hugged Zun Zun, rubbing her cheek against his and saying with a look of joy, thank Zun Zun for wanting to see me. Lord Zesta, considering the strategic alliance between the Crimson Demons and the Axis cult, has allowed me to take care of you. Let go of me, big sister, you're pushing me too hard, hurry up and let it out. Megumin and Yunyun came to the rescue of Zun Zun, who was almost rolling his eyes from the suffocation caused by the giant slime. He coughed a few times to catch his breath. Thinking about it, Zesta must have had another purpose in transporting Cecily. That guy had long known that Aqua was the goddess of water, but he had been presumptuous enough not to talk about their relationship. Although he had mistakenly assumed that Aqua didn't want to reveal her identity, as Supreme Archbishop, he couldn't just stand idly by. However, Zesta's status was quite unique, and there weren't many suitable candidates among the church members. Cecily, a beautiful priestess of the church and someone Zun Zun and the others had a karmic connection with, was undoubtedly the most suitable person to come to Axel. It was just speculation, but it seemed to be true. I'm telling you, you're a member of the Axis cult, right? Aqua walked over excitedly, shouting to Cecily. Do you know who I am? I'm Aqua. That's right, the goddess of water you worship. Aqua, you up. Aqua-sama, please don't call yourself a goddess for now. Why? The naive goddess, attempting to show off her status, was once again rejected by her own followers. Sato Kazuma couldn't help but sneer. No matter how many times he saw it, this scene was hilarious, and as someone who knew of her identity as a goddess, he found it hilarious. But Zun Zun saw another side to this coin. Cecily wasn't denying Aqua's identity, she was simply advising her not to reveal her identity as a goddess, hoping to avoid attracting the attention of villains. At the banquet in the royal capital, Miss Tsurugi Hibiki had told him that the Demon King was particularly interested in the eccentric adventurer claiming to be the goddess of water, who had been repeatedly subjugating the leaders of the Demon King's army. She would probably visit Axel soon, and warns Zun Zun and the others to be careful. Perhaps Zesta had sent Cecily to protect and serve her. Are you sure she wasn't here to cause trouble? Cecily's fervent admiration for Aqua was evident at that moment. Cecily, come have dinner with me tomorrow. Yes, Aqua-sama, you see? No matter what Aqua said, Cecily wouldn't refuse, as a destroyer with powers. Even if she were asked to fight the Demon King, she wouldn't hesitate, would she? Oh, right. Aqua-sama, I just arrived in Axel and I still don't have a place to stay. You'll sleep with me tonight, okay, Aqua-sama? Cecily asked, but she was still waiting for the others' opinions, knowing full well that she should consult them. It's okay, I agree to stay. No. I can't let Oni-san sleep on the streets. I agree, thank you, Yunyun. Hehe. Cecily hugged Yunyun, and the two bonded like sisters. Megumin resisted at first, but eventually, reluctantly, agreed, despite Cecily's insistent pleas. After Sato Kazuma said he didn't care, with the odds at 5-1, their opinions no longer mattered. Hopefully, nothing unexpected would happen. Chapter 309, Without Worldly Desires and Traveling Through Time Again. The sun rose as usual. When the morning light filled the room, Zun Zun opened his eyes. His first reaction wasn't to lament the good weather, but the fact that he wasn't being harassed. The barrier he had set up the night before must have worked, preventing him from being harassed. His mood suddenly improved. Oh, you seem to be in a good mood. Yes. After all, huh? Zun Zun raised an eyebrow at the voice beside him. He prayed to the goddess in his heart that it wouldn't turn out as he imagined, but the one who answered him was the foolish goddess Aqua. It's a thought every man has had at some point. To wake up and find a lovely girl sneaking into his bed. He felt a warm, gentle caress against his body. He smelled a soft, sweet fragrance. He thought the girl had spoken. A little shy, but he still smiled and said, "Good morning, Zun Zun." There was an endless silence. "Big Oni?" "Yes, big guy," Cecily replied with a smile and a mischievous glint in her eye. Taking advantage of Zun Zun's distraction, she put on his shirt. In this difficult situation, facing each other in the same clothes, even the slightest movement was a problem. Zun Zun wasn't used to wearing pajamas. Adventurers always face unexpected situations, so he opted for a loose-fitting undershirt. The fabric was very stretchy, and the collar was already a little loose, so a little effort would do the trick. "Woof, you'd better not move, Zun Zun. Going up is dangerous." This reaction exasperated him a little. But Zun Zun couldn't complain or get angry. Cecily had stunned him. Because Cecily's undershirt, which she had put on, felt soft and delicate from her chest to her lower abdomen, no doubt due to the contact of his skin with Cecily's. This meant, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? There's a reason. Getting into a man's bed with your clothes on is rude. How could I have the nerve to do something so unseemly? What kind of nonsensical moral values are those? I really hope she doesn't do something as immoral as getting into someone's shirt. After all, she doesn't do that to everyone, right? I only do this to you, Zun Zun. I'm not happy at all. Besides, you came in a while ago and I was putting up a barrier on the room. How come I didn't wake up?" She'd made every preparation to prevent a nighttime attack, but it hadn't worked. Something was wrong. Because of the bond between Zun Zun and me, speak humanely, Aqua-sama broke the barrier. Sure, doing this to Zun Zun while he was awake would have gotten him discovered immediately, but doing it to him while he's asleep and defenseless is foolproof. Do you realize how careless you are? It was a completely premeditated crime, that idiot goddess. Besides, not even being able to sleep peacefully in your own room is a serious security concern. Zun Zun, you're here again, obviously secretly having fun. I know, when the succubus attacked, it wasn't to cause trouble, but to enter your dreams, right? And I think I was the one who set it up. What the? Come on, behave. Cecily gave a wicked smile and wrapped her arms around Zun Zun's neck, squeezing them even tighter, rubbing and squeezing as she slid up. Wait, this is going to get ugly. Zun Zun had never denied Cecily's beauty. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Aqua or Zun Zun, the beautiful priestess of the Accuses cult was no joke. Ha, ha, ha. Her innocent expression gradually turned charming, her breath growing increasingly intense. Where on earth did this guy learn this? Cecily, who was no fool, was so seductive that few could resist her. I give up. Get off my shirt, I refuse. Cecily seemed satisfied with her apprenticeship, a sweet smile on her face but slurring her words. Not, please come out, but, please come in, okay, hey, he. No, don't be afraid. It's not nighttime, but I can still teach you how to do it, he. She thought she could keep up the pretense to the end. Perhaps due to her lack of skill, she gave in at the crucial moment, revealing a sloppy, lascivious smile, like that of an older man, completely ruining the charming atmosphere. Elder sister, Zun Zun, please speak. Then Zun Zun punched Cecily on the forehead, his eyes flashing for some unknown reason. There was a dull thud, and Cecily groaned in pain, crying and accusing Zun Zun. You're really being violent to girl. Zun Zun, don't you have a heart? I don't have those worldly desires, huh? Zun Zun, are you going to become a monk? No, no. You're so cute, and I'm that type. I won't do that. If you absolutely must become a monk, then, Cecily, for some reason, suddenly went berserk and lunged at him again. Let me have a baby before I become a monk, get out of here. Zun Zun hit her again, harder this time, causing Cecily to groan in pain again. I'm against domestic violence. Zun Zun has become a terrible man. Yes, I am a terrible man. But you, big sister, are even worse. You asked for it. Zun Zun quickly reached into his shirt, pushing Cecily aside to make room. Then he tucked himself into the shirt, inevitably seeing things his way, but since Cecily didn't seem to mind, Zun Zun didn't bother being pretentious. He took off his shirt in one swift motion. Then, the shirtless Zun Zun said to Cecily, whose shirt was bunching up, Big sister, you should lose a little weight, huh? Is it necessary? Cecily tugged at his shirt, posing gracefully on his bed, her curves perfectly discreet. Honestly, there was no need. The morning's adventures didn't remain hidden for long, they quickly spread to her companions. Despite Megumin and Yunyun's constant scoldings, Cecily remained shameless. One couldn't help but sigh, her face is as thick as a wall. After lunch, Cecily tried to cling to Zun Zun again, but his two guardians, Yunyun and Megumin, prevented her from entering. She had no choice but to leave with Aqua, feeling aggrieved. The idiot goddess, now a wealthy woman, had been spending wildly these past few days. While adventurers are a profession that spends its money lavishly and doesn't work when it doesn't, one would still expect this idiot goddess to have better plans for the future. Wait a minute. Since Aqua will be returning to heaven after defeating the Demon King, doesn't that mean she doesn't need a plan? Well, it's settled. Give her a smaller share of the reward, or even trick her into investing. When the idiot goddess returns to heaven, won't all the money, including the capital, be hers? Zun Zun's calculations fell into place. Sato Kazuma had been bored lately, so he decided to hang out with Dust and the others at the Adventurers Guild and then generously treated them to dinner and drinks. Otherwise, how will the world know I've gotten rich? Darkness left, saying she needed to go home for something. Sato Kazuma and the others didn't know, but Zun Zun did. It must be that bastard Eldat pressuring the Dustiness family. She also sensed something was wrong. She'd already tasked Vanir with sending Max back to hell a week ago, so why hadn't he succeeded? So, determined to find fault, Zun Zun went to Wiz's magic item shop. Welcome, Zun Zun. Hello, Miss Wiz. It was Wiz who greeted her. She looked well, perhaps she finally had time to rest now that the rush for the product had subsided and orders had dropped. Poor Lich Queen, a chosen worker. Zun Zun didn't bother with any polite words, but simply stated his purpose. Where's Mr. Vanir? I need something from him. Welcome. The boy who was almost attacked this morning and managed to shake off his identity as a little chew. What's up today? Vanir suddenly emerged from under the counter, as if he had been crouching there long before, hoping to surprise Zun Zun. But there was no surprise, but rather a minor start. I didn't come to buy anything. It's more like that you haven't completed my previous order yet. That. Vanir pinched his chin and let out a long, drawn-out tone. Wiz asked, somewhat curious, order? What order? She had been getting somewhat flustered at the word order lately, even her breathing had quickened. It's not that order. It's this guy who wants me to kill the Lord. What did you say? Wiz, hearing this, became even more agitated. What's wrong with harming the Lord? As a bridge between humanity and the Demon King's army, they signed a contract not to harm the common people. Even if Eldap was a hopeless scoundrel, Wiz wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Even if Vanir had resigned from the Demon King's army, he wouldn't allow it. No, misunderstanding, stupid, poor shopkeeper, I just made a mistake. I wasn't trying to kill the Lord. I was just asking me to take my dear friend, the reality-distorting demon Maximum. What's wrong? Then Zun Zun and the others told him about Eldap's misdeeds with the demons. Wiz looked a little dissatisfied and stepped back. So? Lord Vanir, you wouldn't tell me, although you promised. You didn't specify a time, the two said in unison. Zun Zun pursed his lips. Hey, sorry, I thought so. But you don't have to be angry. As compensation, I'll give you this. He then tossed a yellow gem to him. What is this? The gem was sucked into the crown as soon as it appeared, and a black vortex appeared before him. Before Zun Zun could react, Vanir pulled him towards him. I hate being told what to do, so, have a safe trip. This matter will be resolved smoothly when I return. You're joking. Zun Zun's shouts were the only ones that could be heard in the magic item shop. Chapter 310 I will help you. Damn Duke of Hell, Zun Zun, furious, kicked a nearby stone, shattering it. I've seen debt collectors run away, but I've never seen debt collectors send their creditors far away, to another world. Is something wrong? Just considering that yellow gem, imbued with immense magical power, Zun Zun dared to say it was worth at least 100 million eris, but Vanir would rather hand it over than help retrieve Max, a distorted version of reality. There are two reasons for this. One is that he has no other options. For some reason, he can't take Max with him, perhaps because of the demonic pact that immortals hold so dear. The other is Vanir's perverse taste. He likes nothing more than savoring the negative emotions of others, willing to digest to taste them. In fact, the purpose of building the dungeon was precisely that. As a clairvoyant demon, the Duke of Hell must have seen an opportunity to savor the delicious negative emotions and was deliberately delaying the task. But either way, it means Vanir can't complete the assignment. Isn't this a commercial fraud? Damn it. I'll definitely settle accounts with him when I get back. I won't call you Mr. Vanir again. Speaking of which, where are you going? This is still Suqing. No, it's definitely not Suqing. Zun Zun looked around. Night fell, and the mountain tops were shrouded in darkness. The stars on the horizon seemed swallowed by the black curtain, leaving only faint glimmers, weakly struggling to pierce the dense darkness. The shadows of the mountains were ghostly, appearing and disappearing, evoking the mountain spirits and monsters of ancient legends. Under the oppressive darkness, the trees seemed particularly twisted and eerie, their branches like outstretched claws, attempting to catch any living being that approached. The wind whistled through the forest, producing a humming sound, like the whispers of ghosts or the sighs of the mountains. At that moment, even time seemed to have frozen, everything was silent, only the breath of the mountains and the slow passage of time. Within this unexplored secret, unknown secrets lay hidden, waiting for brave explorers to uncover their mysteries. Hey. Zun Zun was already starting to get nervous. Could it be that Vanir, feeling too noisy, had sent himself to hell in a fit of rage? Thinking about it, it seemed impossible. Perhaps he had preconceived ideas of a different world, but was it actually hell or something? After all, he had never seen hell. The change at night was most unsettling. A narrow stream flowed silently, its sound remarkably clear in the silence, like whispers in the darkness. The stream wound between the crevices of the rocks, casting silvery trails in the moonlight, adding a touch of mystery to the serene landscape. He followed the stream upward. He didn't know why he followed it, perhaps because the fish that occasionally leaped out of the stream reassured him. Incidentally, the saurians of this world swam in the water, not in the fields, which made him feel more at ease. Oddly, although there were fish there, no roars from other animals could be heard. Predators were active at night, but there was no reaction. Something seemed off. Roar, it wasn't just off, it was truly off. From the depths of the mountains, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly resounded, its voice rich and powerful, its immense strength palpable even from a distance. It couldn't be a battle between two beasts. Zun Zun knew well that a fight between beasts would undoubtedly cause immense devastation, but now, with only the roars and the gentle fighting, it seemed that humans were standing against them. His analysis was useless. Rather, Zun Zun secretly hoped it was someone, a sense of security. He had to investigate, no matter what. Without hesitation, Zun Zun summoned Little Green. A deep green whirlwind gathered behind him, not in the form of wings, but like a propeller. The air condensed, then suddenly released, and Zun Zun, propelled by the immense force, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The closer he got to the scene of battle, the more he sensed something was wrong. He sniffed the air. A faint, sweet, fishy smell filled his nose, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, but it quickly faded. It was poison. It must have been quite powerful, but Zun Zun's physique completely neutralized it, leaving him no discomfort. Although he himself was fine, the one he was fighting might be in danger. Thinking of this, Zun Zun quickened his pace again. Before long, he arrived at a hillside. This area should have been a grassland, but now the surrounding vegetation was almost withered and dead, clearly ravaged by the corrosive toxic gas. He looked down. On one side, a vicious, completely black poisonous python, approximately 30 meters long and 5 meters thick, its body glistening with foul-smelling mucus and horns sprouting from its head. On the other, a dazzlingly beautiful, blonde-haired elf with blue eyes was half kneeling on the ground, her clothes completely corroded. Her expression was one of disgust and helplessness. There was no need to decide which side to help. "I'll help you," Zun Zun shouted from the hillside, and then a fierce bolt of lightning gathered in his hands, the light converging into a single point. Saber light, descending from the sky like a shower of justice, his body wrapped in a brilliant flash of lightning, he severed the head of the giant horned python. The beautiful elf, unwilling to wait for death, watched as the poisonous dragon that had trapped her, on the verge of defeat, was beheaded. Her eyes opened wide, speechless. As the lightning faded, a handsome young man appeared before her. His bright red eyes captured her attention. They were filled with concern, a captivating red that seemed like the most beautiful color in the world. His medium-length black hair, slightly longer than usual, fell back, tied back in a cherry-shaped toupee, holding it in place. His stunning features left her slightly stunned. Even in that other world filled with handsome men and women, her appearance deserved to be called beauty, even though this beauty was actually a man. Zun Zun also looked at the beautiful elf collapsed on the ground. Her black and yellow leather battle skirt was ripped and tattered by the poison gas, revealing a large area of fair skin, tinged a faint red, a testament to the poison's erosion. Her hair was disheveled, her dress stained with dirt and leaves, a bedraggled sight. Though her eyes betrayed a subtle hint of panic, they retained the sharpness and charm characteristic of elves. Zun Zun forced a gentle smile. "Are you okay? Can you stand up?" The beautiful elf looked confused. This was bad. Was it a language barrier? Hello? Hello? Konnichiwa? Annyeonghaseyo, whether he spoke a modern Libyan language, the celestial realm, America, or even the supernatural Suqing language. No matter how many times he spoke, the beautiful elf seemed bewildered. She couldn't be stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so afraid of him. She must not have understood what he was saying. Just as Zun Zun had anticipated, the beautiful elf spoke. Makabaka, Washitasi, Wabi, Wabibabu, the two of them spoke incomprehensibly, completely unable to communicate. It was a headache. Zun Zun's worst fear had come true. Not all alternate worlds offered smooth communication. Even Suqing had its own language. Its language add-on, installed by the stupid goddess Aqua, had the side effect of easily going insane. This alternate world clearly used a different language system. But there is a saying, as long as your mentality remains stable, there are always more solutions than problems. Even if words cannot communicate effectively, communication does not rely on words alone. Eye contact and body language can serve as a bridge. "I'll help you heal your wounds." Zun Zun pointed at her exposed skin, stained red by the poison, and then at his own skin, making a healing gesture. The beautiful elf looked at him deeply, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded gently. Zun Zun had hoped she would refuse. Every world and every race has its own rules. For example, in most isekai novels and anime, it is explicitly stated that elves do not like to be touched by humans, or that unauthorized persons are prohibited from touching them. The elves of Suqing are no different. However, since this beautiful elf is severely injured and poisoned, there shouldn't be so many rules. Zun Zun snapped his fingers. The quasi-elf, Xiaolin, emerged from the gem. With her help, Zun Zun successfully healed the elf. She clenched her fists, seemingly surprised by how easily she could be healed, looking somewhat bewildered. Doesn't this world have healing magic? Zun Zun couldn't help but wonder. Then, noticing that the elf's clothes were completely corroded, revealing large areas of fair skin, he didn't know where to look. So he removed his mage robes. With a watchful and cautious look in his emerald eyes, he covered her with the robes. Clothes, it's cold, put them on, he motioned for her to put them on. The beautiful elf said nothing, silently putting on the clothes. Then, suddenly, she knelt on one knee, hand to her chest, head bowed, and began to babble incoherently. I'm sorry, I don't understand, Zun Zun pursed his lips. But as the saying goes, if you don't understand, keep smiling, so he kept smiling the whole time. And when the elf was mid-sentence, her gaze fixed, a dangerous glint in her emerald green. Then, unseen, she drew a rapier and lunged at him. Zun Zun, thinking he'd offended her, was about to protest and explain himself when the rapier pierced his side, striking the target behind him. Wah! If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Your Name. My name is Wolf Gunblood, you're joking. Zun Zun couldn't help but curl his lips at the sudden appearance of the third person, spouting nonsense. It was clearly Lee himself, but he was using a foreign name. Did he perhaps believe himself to be easy to fool? Or did he truly adhere to the principle of using a false name to avoid curses, or some supernatural adaptation? However, the beautiful elf seemed to ignore him. While shielding Zun Zun behind her, she pointed a rapier at the man in front of her. Jili Gula, she spat out a single word. Judging from her wary, displeased expression and the wounded look on the man's face, it probably wasn't a good word. Orc, or something? Indeed. This man, Shimaki Yasuk, looked quite terrifying. His tattered white casual clothes barely resembled armor, and around his neck was a red rag like a scarf. Although he was dressed like a human, he was incredibly thin, with prominent cheekbones, a look of deep old age. He seemed to have suffered greatly. And no, I'm not an orc, I'm human, Shimiji Yasuk seemed to want to explain, subconsciously reaching out his hand, but the beautiful elf thought he was about to attack and protected Zun Zun while closing her eyes in fear. Such a small movement, such great damage. Zun Zun's feelings for the elf reached their peak. After all, in this situation, he would rather get hurt than protect Zun Zun. But this was not good for Shimiji Yasuk. It's okay, he has no bad intentions. Zun Zun patted the elf on the arm, signaling her to let go first, and then spoke to Shimiji Yasuk. Hello, I'm Zun Zun. Hello. Oh, you seem to be the first person who isn't afraid of me. I don't know why, but whenever I meet a stranger, I make the same disgusted face as this guy. Sorry, I apologize on his behalf. It's okay, I don't mind. Hey, although Shimichi Yasuk is a little scary when he's not smiling, he actually has a colder countenance. However, when he smiles, he's even scarier. Zun Zun knows that it's rude to comment on others' appearance, but he also hopes he can restrain himself a little. By the way, Wolfgang Blood, huh? Where is it? Hey, this is your name, remember it? Oh, yeah, it's me. Shimichi Yasuk belatedly pointed at himself and scratched his head, embarrassed. Zun Zun didn't want to criticize him for being vigilant, but asked, you've been hiding in a corner since just now, why didn't you act just now? And why did you want to leave, but then came back? In fact, I was already nearby when the self girl was fighting the poison dragon. Could it be that this guy has been secretly watching and has no intention of acting? Not only Zun Zun, but also the beautiful elf girl were stunned. I wanted to act, but after seeing you defeat the poison dragon, I felt like I would have nothing to do, so I thought I'd leave. Then why did you come back? You just said it was Libyan language, right? And the language of that beautiful country, so I wondered if you were from another world like me. Shimiki Yasuk's explanation was too ordinary. Then, with a slightly distressed expression, he said, I've only been in this world for 9 days, and a small incident happened. Although my adventure in the other world has begun without a hitch, I still want to return home and I'm searching for clues about my homeland. Because, there's a girl waiting to be saved. There's a girl waiting to be saved, he repeated it twice. Perhaps this remark moved the beautiful elf, but she let her guard down around Shimichi Yasuk and didn't treat him like an orc at first. Makabaka, shitasi, really, Waby, how is it possible? It's unknown what the elf and Shimiji Yasuke said, but he seemed deeply shaken, and his dejected expression faded into silence. What's wrong with that expression? Just now, the elf said that those who transfer from another world to this one don't know anything about their return to their original world, so it seems there's no turning back. How can it be, the girl I want to save? Damn it, Shimiji Yasuke burst into tears. Seeing that sad expression, even the beautiful elf couldn't help but offer him some words of comfort. But if she knew that the girl Shimiji Yasuke claimed to have to save was actually a virtual character in the game, she would probably explode with rage. Relax, Wolf Gunblood, Zun Zun patted him on the shoulder. Actually, I have an idea. Perhaps I can return. Really? Probably. Then he shared the theory Shimiji Yasuke had devised for returning to the modern world, using massive energy bodies colliding with each other to create a spatial passageway back home. Although Shimiji Yasuke ultimately didn't use this method to return, Zun Zun believed it to be a viable option. The failure was simply due to an insufficient energy collision. The others didn't know this, but with a small opening, Zun Zun was able to use the crown's power to return. Me too. There's someone I must eliminate. This time, they were determined to make sure that the second on Mr. Vanner's mask became the third. Instantly, the two of them formed a united front. Waby Bab. Seeing their friendly rapport, the beautiful elf seemed a little displeased at being excluded and shouted at Shimiji Yasuke. Damn elf, how annoying, Shimiji Yasuke said impatiently. What? You're asking why I can understand Zun Zun? How should I know? I just understand by nature, so you can understand too? I'm asking whether you understand or not. I don't even know how I understand myself, so how can I help you? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Shimiji Yasuke had a bad impression of the beautiful elf, apparently ever since she called him an orc. Zun Zun knew why Shimiji Yasuke could understand him. It must be an ability granted by the gods of another world. Because when Shimiji Yasuke was being defeated by the otherworldly beings, he wished he could communicate and understand each other, which was why he obtained the universal lobbyist skill. If he truly wished, he could communicate with all sentient beings, including immortals. Immortals? Yes, I remember. Zun Zun had found a way to communicate with a beautiful elf, to connect them, to link their consciousnesses together to communicate. He asked Shimiji Yasuke to convey this information to him. Wow. You can actually do something like that? How impressive. He seemed quite kind to Zun Zun. Then, as the beautiful elf's eyes glittered with anticipation, he slowly inserted the near-immortal spirit, Xiolu, into her body, establishing the connection. Phew, as expected, not even an elf could endure the sensory confusion the connection brought her, and she collapsed to the ground. Are you alright, Miss Elf? No, I'm fine. Can you really understand? The beautiful elf was stunned. Yes, because immortal spirits are a bridge that connects consciousnesses. They act as a relay station or translator, allowing us to understand each other's thoughts. Furthermore, this ability can be used even if someone isn't speaking or isn't nearby. Zun Zun reached out toward the beautiful elf on the ground. Very impressive, thank you for the compliment. He then introduced himself to the beautiful elf, but after thinking about it for a while, decided that Zun Zun should call her elf, since she was the only elf active at the moment. That won't do, huh? Names are very important. It's extremely rude to only use code names when meeting someone, Zun Zun said. I thought so too, Shimiji Yasuke repeated shamelessly. You, using a false name, have the least right to say that. My name is, what's your name? Satriluca Aglanzilgar Elgar? Yes. Miss Satriluca Aglanzilgar Elgar. Also, Miss Elf, your name is a bit long. If it suits you, allow me to call you Miss Elgar. That should be your surname, shouldn't it? Wow, how impressive. Even as a human, he could pronounce elven names accurately. You know, the humans he met before, after learning their names, looked embarrassed, but they couldn't. It was unavoidable. Elven names are not only long, but they're also made up of unrelated characters. Besides, if you don't understand the culture, it's easy to bite your tongue when saying them. Alright, Miss Elgar, huh? I still remember one name. Zun Zun smiled and gave a thumbs up. It wasn't a boast, but the Crimson Demons' names were so strange that sometimes you didn't even understand their meaning. But the Crimson Demons just thought those names were cool. Therefore, although the elves' names were a little long and complicated, it wasn't a problem for Zun Zun, who had already assimilated into the Crimson Demons. On the other hand, Shimaki also kept saying, Su, Su Su, his tongue was cramped. But he was quite witty. After hearing Zun Zun call the elf girl Miss Elgar, he did the same. The beautiful elf girl had no expectations for Shimaji Yasuke, but instead said to Zun Zun, speaking of which, Zun Zun said you're from another world, right? Yes. To be honest, I just arrived in this world today, then I should go to the Temple of Knowledge first and learn the common language of this world, that's right. After all, she didn't have Shimaji Yasuke's ability to communicate naturally with all living beings, so learning the language was necessary to survive in this world. Okay. Let's go to the Temple of Knowledge first. But, Zun Zun looked at the beautiful elf, who was in tatters and looked very disheveled. First, we have to go to the village, woof, the beautiful elf moaned shyly. Chapter 312, The Glorious Age of Arrogance has ended. I won't go with you, Shimaji Yasuke said, running off. Although Zun Zun understood that he had the ability of a universal lobbyist and didn't need to waste time learning the language, in this situation, shouldn't they just band together for warmth, a situation where villagers meet and tears well up in their eyes? Why did he turn around and run away? Did he think it would be as if the villagers stabbed each other in the back, and fled in such a hurry? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. What are you doing here? Since these are things I've never seen, I'm quite interested. Zun Zun looked at the various fruits displayed at the stall curiously. Chief, please give me one of these, huh? He had forgotten that he didn't speak the language of this world. Seeing the vendor's puzzled expression, Zun Zun also started to feel a headache. Since you can't speak, why don't you chat with others so casually? You'd cause trouble for the vendor, wouldn't you? Besides, it seems you don't even have the currency of this world, the beautiful elf. No, Elga complained. Despite her outrageous words, she helped Zun Zun buy the fruit, a true example of a man who said one thing and did another. Don't worry about the money. We unhorsed the dragon, right? It should be fine to trade with that, right? Ah, how sweet. Zun Zun had a good impression of the fruit. It looked like an orange, almost identical, but without the peel, and yet it still tasted like an orange. That would only scare the vendor. Why? The rule of barter applies in every world, right? After all, trade began with barter. Indeed, Elgar seemed convinced. By the way, Miss Elgar, you changed your clothes. They look very nice on you, really. Ahem, don't get me wrong. I just didn't have anything else, so I wore this. I didn't choose it carefully. Understand, Zun Zun had only casually complimented her, but the beautiful elf pounced on the idea. She seemed to be trying to trick him into using a basic attack. However, the elf was naturally beautiful, standing out in a world of handsome men and women. So anything looked great on her. It's almost time. We're going to Mount Ordo. Mount Ordo, yes, at the top of Mount Ordo is the Temple of Knowledge, known as the Holy Land of Knowledge. Those transferred from another world learn the bare minimum knowledge there. You don't even know it. How silly of you, Miss Elgar. Did she forget that she had just time traveled today? Although Elgar meant no harm, he seemed to use this method to demonstrate his usefulness. His way of speaking could easily hurt others. Come on, it's annoying having to come all the way to the sacred mountain just for you. For example, now. Zun Zun also began to understand why Shimaji Yasuke didn't want to join them. It wasn't because he had any objection to Zun Zun, but he must have wanted to avoid suffering from Elgar, which was why he slipped away so quickly. Then Miss Elgar doesn't have to leave, eh? Miss Elgar has her own business to tend to. Isn't that why you say that? Anyway, I know where I'm going, and I can protect myself. Ah, if Miss Elgar wants to reward you, there's no need, it's something I can do. That's all, I'm leaving. Zun Zun said his goodbyes and turned to leave, his steps quick and decisive. But as he turned, someone grabbed his arm. Wait. As he turned around, he saw the elf girl, looking timid. I'm going to Mount Ordo as well. I heard there's a lost artifact there, and I have to retrieve it, so I'll reluctantly accompany you. Uh-oh, it wasn't a good enough excuse, but he still managed to accompany her, although her tsundere attitude in the end was a little unbearable. Zun Zun had no reason to deny her the ride. Elf Gardu seemed happy along the way, occasionally chatting with Zun Zun about otherworldly transfers, but those people weren't particularly important to him. However, Zun Zun had an idea. Why didn't he have the trick sent by the gods? The only thing he could think of was that he hadn't been invited, but had entered without permission, So he hadn't passed the system check, or something? Thinking of the god who had worked for 400 years and then given up, Zun Zun was relieved and speechless. If he hadn't given up, he might have been sent back to Suqing. Of course, in the worst case, he would have been killed. The Dordo mountain seemed quite far away. Zun Zun and Elgar had walked for 7 whole days to reach their destination, and they even used magic to speed up the journey. The journey was a bit boring. Luckily, the beautiful elf was there to keep him company, which kept the trip from being dull and lonely. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, I just thought it would be nice to ask Miss Elgar to be my translator. What? I don't want to. I don't have time to accompany you. Go get the blessing and get out of here. Was she fed up with him? Such an insensitive man would surely be hurt. Zun Zun knew she was just being tsundere. Unfortunately, he was just as indifferent. Shimaji Yasuke hadn't lived through the tsundere era, and to Zun Zun, tsundere was a thing of the past. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Thank you very much, Miss Elgar, for your help. HMPH, isn't it natural? The beautiful elf girl crossed her arms, tilted her head, and snorted. Zun Zun, on the other hand, gazed at the Temple of Knowledge on Mount Dordo, reluctant to climb the mountain. What's wrong? Are you scared? A little. I wonder if the magic of inserting a language into your head can make you an idiot. How is that possible? She looked incredulous. Clearly, she didn't understand Zun Zun's concern. After all, in Suqing, inserting an otherworldly language into your head could make you an idiot. No, with my luck, that shouldn't happen. Zun Zun, consoling himself, climbed Mount Dordo without looking back, as if determined. He reached the top. It was a temple-like building, filled with people praying. It looked like a different church. Zun Zun, of course, didn't recognize the deity they were worshipping, nor did he want to. But since this temple was built to help transferees from another world, it must be a deity of this world. Upon entering the church, an old woman greeted him. She explained her purpose. No, it probably wasn't possible to explain, but precisely because of that, the old woman immediately understood Zun Zun's purpose. She led him to something resembling an altar behind the statue, engraved with an unfamiliar magic circle. It was a different magic circle from Suqing's. At the old woman's signal, Zun Zun stepped onto the altar. Accompanied by a magic incantation, a ray of light descended from the sky. A warm glow enveloped Zun Zun's head for about half an hour. He opened his eyes again. How is it going, little one? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I can. Incredible. Zun Zun was shocked. This isn't about learning and accumulating, nor using magic to achieve the effect of hearing and speaking. It's about using magic to instill knowledge in the brain, without even running the risk of becoming an idiot. I truly hope Aqua will consider this benefit for future travelers and continue this practice. What? Isn't she responsible for reincarnation? It's fine. Zun Zun stepped down from the altar and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, old woman. I don't know how I can repay you. No, this is a facility provided by the gods for those transferred from another world. No reward is required, the old woman said with a smile. Zun Zun seemed to understand. Could it be that the lazy god of another world, reluctant to stay in his position, deliberately created this facility and told all transferees to come here to learn the language of that other world? That must be the case, otherwise, after Shimaji Yasuke transferred, the gods wouldn't have specifically told him he was here, and would have even used Chinese. So that god and Aqua are practically the same. Just in case. Zun Zun asked the old woman if there were any mandatory obligations for transferees, like the heroes tasked with defeating the Demon King in Suqing. Although they weren't required to do so, they could help if they could, as a backup if the energy blockade failed to break through the special channel. The answer was no. From what the old woman said, the gods didn't impose strict requirements on the transferees, nor did they stipulate what they forbade them from doing. Instead, they gave the transferees, who survived in this hostile world, a trick of their own choosing, too kind, right? While Suqing considered defeating the Demon King a voluntary requirement, tricks weren't something you just picked, you had to choose from a list. Is this the discrepancy between the worlds? Zun Zun bid farewell to the old woman and left the temple. As he descended the mountain, he saw the beautiful elf woman idly playing with insects, something that seemed to have no business being there. Zun Zun wouldn't deliberately expose her. Ahem, you're back. How is it going? Do you understand me now? Of course, there's no problem, Elgar beamed with joy. Zun Zun also exclaimed excitedly, "I've completely mastered the language, and I've mastered the bare minimum. I deeply feel the kindness of this world. Vegetables and fruits aren't alive, and lizards live in water, not fields. Ah, this is a normal farming system. Are you stupid? How can fruits and vegetables be alive? They must be monsters, right? And if lizards grow in fields, wouldn't they just be mudfish?" "Good point, Miss Elgar. You've said something I haven't said for a long time." He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. On the 8th day in the other world, he learned the language. Chapter 313, Mabel and the Heart Wall. "I'm only learning the most basic language, and it took me 8 days. I can't believe it." Angry. "You came all the way here and didn't do anything? Anyway, I could teach you faster with this time, right?" Angry. "So what are you going to do now?" "Hurry up, I'm busy too." Angry. I don't know if it was Zun Zun's imagination, but the elf girl's tsundere was even more intense than before. Zun Zun was starting to lose control. He was already worrying about how to get back to the world of Suqing, and the constant chattering in his ears was annoying. Add to that the torment of the previous week, and his mental state was suddenly overwhelmed. Then, "Miss Elga, please go about your business." "Huh?" Hearing Zun Zun's words, the elf girl looked surprised. She clearly didn't expect to be kicked out. "I already have the bare minimum of knowledge about this world and have a clear goal for what I should do. Miss Elga, there's no need to follow me. But, if it's a favor, there's no need. Bringing me to Mount Ordo is more than enough to make up for it. Rather, thank you, Miss Elga, for your help." Her words were quite heartless. The air of farewell was intense. It seemed cruel, but Zun Zun felt much better than Shimiki Yasuke, who turned and fled without a word. At least he'd let her know, hadn't he? The beautiful elf puffed out her lips. "Oh, really? I understand. I have things to do, so it's perfect that I'm not needed. There's no need to waste time." He glared at her. "Idiot," he cursed, turned, and left. Zun Zun watched her retreating figure until she was out of sight, then sighed helplessly. It's a bit complicated. In ACG, the tsundere trait doesn't focus on arrogance itself, but rather the flirtatiousness that emerges only after uncovering the layers. Zun Zun honestly had feelings for the elf, but it was only a passing infatuation, so he hadn't considered developing a deeper relationship with her. And he couldn't reciprocate. Zun Zun wasn't a clumsy man. That was precisely why he wanted to nip any buds of affection before they blossomed. He stretched his body. The next thing to think about was what to do. For Shimaki Yasuke, this alternate world was an open world similar to The Legend of Zelda. While returning home, to save the princess, was necessary, the final quest was optional. Furthermore, he had no idea how to get back home, so he wasted a lot of time trying to figure it out. But Zun Zun was different. For him, this alternate world was a linear game similar to Black Myth, Wukong. With a clear understanding of how to get back home and a clear goal in mind, he could certainly save a lot of time. It took Shimaki Yasuke over 3 years to grasp this truth, but Zun Zun, he had a number. He had to return to Saharan within 3 months. I take back my preface. Returning home in 6 months will be a success. Ha, ha, ha. Zun Zun panted, slowly walking down the mountain path, slowing his pace until he ran out of energy. Damn. He didn't expect the journey to be so long. Even using magic to speed up, it took almost 2 weeks. Not only is the other world huge, but transportation is also extremely inconvenient. Could there be teleportation arrays or something? If he had to compare this place to the Middle Ages, it would have to be the early Middle Ages. Damn, if there were mounts or something. Even Suqing had teleportation systems and carriages. This world's lack of productivity meant that transportation naturally wasn't advanced, so getting around was almost exclusively on foot. It was no surprise that the beautiful elf had to walk to Mount Ordo. After 2 weeks of continuous travel, Zun Zun could no longer stand the filth on his body, so he decided to go to the nearest village to purify himself. Upon arriving at the village, the people of the other world were very beautiful. While beauty doesn't necessarily mean fairness, Zun Zun was treated quite well. After checking into the inn and having lunch, Zun Zun thought for a moment and decided to head to the Adventurers Guild. Originally, he had planned to skip the side quests and quickly find the fire dragon, seal it, and continuously strengthen it until he could open the dimensional portal. But now, it seemed he needed to change plans. Money was still important. Since Shimiji Yasuke hadn't helped with a poisonous dragon, he hadn't been paid. The remaining portion was sold by the beautiful elves, and the profits were split 50-50. This was how Zun Zun was able to stay at the inn and enjoy a hearty lunch. With his stay in this world likely prolonged, he had to think about how to spend his days. As an expert magic item master, his first thought was to sell magic items for a profit. However, remembering that Shimichi Yasuke had been hanged as a demon for violating religious beliefs by crafting a teapot, Zun Zun decided to sell something more conservative: healing potions and energy potions. A top-grade healing potion costs 100,000 Eris in Suqing and 300,000 Eris to sell, but in this world, it only sells for 1 million copper coins, just 100,000 Eris. Is that the cost price? What about my hard work? Is there nothing at all? It seems that healing potions are highly developed in this world, or perhaps there's more healing power and less demand. Zun Zun didn't investigate further. However, the energy potion sold for 10 million copper coins. As expected, no matter the world, these items are highly coveted. He quietly accepted several large orders. It was 10 million copper coins, but it wasn't as much as one might have imagined. They not only had paper money, but also a large 100,000 copper coin, which was quite convenient to carry. During this time, Zun Zun also learned something. To the west of the city, the Flame Shrine, where the legendary dragon, the demon Flame Dragon, was once sealed, had been experiencing unusual activity. Many suspected that the dragon was about to be resurrected and urged capable adventurers to reinforce the seal. Great! Finally, before this chapter became a simple tale, I heard some useful information. So, to prepare, Zun Zun ate and drank well today and went to bed early. The next morning, he set out early, ready to face the demon Flame Dragon in full force. But it was all in vain. It took him 3 whole days to get from the town to the village. All that time wasted running. This place really does seem like another world. Hello, my mighty adventurer. Indeed, at the Flame Shrine to the west, the legendary giant dragon, the Flame Demon Dragon, is about to be resurrected. If this continues, our village might be reduced to ashes. Upon finding him, the village chief greeted him warmly. My adventurer, do you possess powerful sealing techniques that could strengthen the seal on the Flame Shrine? Seal? Isn't that subjugation? Well, first, the Flame Demon Dragon cannot be destroyed. Second, the conditions required to defeat it are very harsh. Therefore, we can only attempt to strengthen the seal. Of course, that's probably a drop in the ocean. The village chief's expression was grim. Finally, seemingly reluctant to give up on Zun Zun, the only adventurer who had come to help in months, took the initiative to guide him to the corner of the village, where the forest was located. It was a towering tree, so large that it would take at least 10 people to wrap their arms around it. At its base was a wooden door. 5 meters away, a chill could be felt. The village chief explained, "We have considered defeating the demonic flame dragon, but only the frozen divine sword, passed down through generations by the village's ice clan, can accomplish this. However, communication with the descendants of this clan is a little difficult." At that moment, he let out a disgruntled sigh, as if he was deeply disgusted with the Ice Clan. This feeling was understandable. After all, living in the village without engaging in productive work, with the support of others, would inevitably cause him to reflect over time. He pushed open the door, and a chilling coldness washed over him. Within the hollow of the tree lay a world of ice and snow, intertwined with transparent crystals that emanated an intense chill. A beautiful girl, curled up on a bed of ice, rested upon it. Her icy eyes shone brightly, revealing a coldness that made it impossible to approach. She wore a long blue dress, her skin white as snow, as if the blood running beneath her had frozen. Not far away stood a long sword wrapped in ice. Zun Zun, with his magical sensitivity, immediately recognized it as some kind of divine artifact. As a child, on the peak of Mount Margid, I saw the flowers scattered with my mother. They were truly beautiful, the girl said softly, seemingly unconcerned. The village chief spoke helplessly, "As long as the ice in this girl's heart Mabel remains thawed, the seal on the ice divine sword cannot be broken." Precisely because of this difficulty, they did not bother trying to defeat the fire dragon. Normally, a normal player would treat Mabel as a quest-giving NPC and simply search for the items. However, the downside is that she could easily assign other, more inappropriate quests, slowing down the game's progress. However, unconventional players like Shimichi Yasuke simply went after the fire dragon, aiming to complete the game on his own. Zun Zun, Eager to enter the battle with the demonic fire dragon and reluctant to search for items, cunningly resorted to trick. Lightning, lightning, lightning. Block breaker. Zun Zun took out a highly effective magic tool and pressed it against the ice sword, melting the ice instantly. The village chief exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" "Hey, the barrier breaker neutralizes magical factors and converts them into ordinary magic. So, whether it's an invisible barrier or the ice surrounding the ice sword, it's easily broken. So, Miss Mabel, please lend me the ice sword." "Ooh, I'm freezing." Still gloating, Zun Zun threw the ice sword over and watched as the ice rapidly grew and connected back to the igloo. How is that possible? Zun Zun suddenly remembered that Mabel's ice changed depending on her mood. Seeing the ice sword, much thicker than before, made me want to shout at this creature before me, "How thick is the wall of your heart?" Chapter 314, Your name is Demon Flame Dragon. No, friend. If you have such a thick wall around you, why are you still at home? Why don't you become an Evangelion and save the world in a mecha? Mabel stared at him blankly. She didn't seem to care about anything. Her indifferent attitude and the icy coldness that pervaded her would make anyone think she was a cold flower blooming on an iceberg, indestructible ice. But Zun Zun noticed a faint smile in those icy eyes. Was it an illusion? The frozen divine sword had melted a little. It wasn't an illusion. Damn it, how dare you mock me? The frozen divine sword was powerful, but it seemed unable to hide Mabel's true feelings. He didn't know whether to call it a bug or a mechanic. Zun Zun left in a rage. His last resort was to complete the mission and systematically melt the ice in Mabel's heart, but now searching for a random flower made him feel inferior. How could I, a person transferred from another world, oppose this? I can't stand it. So Zun Zun decided to defeat the demonic flame dragon on his own. Ignoring the village chief's dissuasion, he soon arrived at the plains west of the village. The temperature there was at least twice as high as back in the village, scorching the earth brown. The cracked earth lacked a single green leaf. No wonder no one dared to venture in. The intense heat alone deterred most, and ordinary adventurers wouldn't even be able to get close. He continued deeper. The rising temperature became unbearable, and even Zun Zun found it difficult to endure, forcing him to ask Xiao Hong to lower the temperature. Then, he finally spotted a ruined temple in the center of the plain. It was the source of the rising temperatures. The temple was in a dilapidated state, as if it would crumble at the slightest push. Flames flared from time to time, and waves of heat washed over him. The seal had yet to be broken. Instead of blindly charging at the monsters, Zun Zun checked his belongings. A closer look revealed only 10 healing potions and a barrier breaker. He was truly broke. But there was no way around it. Speedrunners were like that. Beyond the essentials, they generally didn't bother carrying or acquiring anything. He hadn't even gotten the frozen divine sword he'd been waiting for. No way, let's keep going. Zun Zun snapped his fingers. 5 celestial beings of various colors appeared before him. Clear ice blessed by the authority of the world's words, deeply etched with the wrath of those within the earth. I, Zun Zun of the Crimson Demons, beseech you. Possess the key to the sacred power that repels evil. Reveal the Twilight Sacred Sword Evil Slayer. Spirits released. Sword Aurora, Zun Zun chanted solemnly. With his prayer, like a song, Little Red Riding Hood instantly radiated, and the other 4 celestial beings merged into it. A pentagram-shaped magic circle appeared before him. Zun Zun reached out and slowly drew a lightsaber, or perhaps a staff would be more appropriate, from the circle. He then brought a bottle of healing potion to his mouth. Ready. Zun Zun took out a barrier breaker from his chest, pointed it at the flame temple, and swung it forward. With a sharp, piercing sound, like water dripping into boiling oil, the barrier breaker began to rapidly melt due to the intense heat, but still managed to fall through the ramshackle hole into the temple. Good shot. The next second, a resounding boom rang out. Idiot. A voice, like a hallucination, echoed in his ears, but there was no time to dwell on it. For the demonic flame dragon had broken its seal. Roar, 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 as if centuries of pent-up resentment were finally unbearable, the demonic flame dragon's roar was deafening, followed by waves of heat and a sudden burst of intense energy, knocking Zun Zun back several steps. An enormous dragon, wreathed in flames, soared across the skies, its majestic and imposing presence overwhelming him. He looked at Zun Zun from below, a flash of disdain in his humanoid, beastly eyes. Not bad, Zun Zun licked his lips. It was, indeed, a mythical monster. As far as Zun Zun knew, this world was home to many mythical monsters, some bred locally, others the product of transfers from other worlds. While all were mythical, there was a clear disparity in their power. Knowing the existence of the demonic flame dragon, seeking another mythical monster would undoubtedly be foolish. However, if the demonic flame dragon, his foundation, wasn't strong enough, he would have to consider a replacement. Now, it seemed unnecessary. The blazing demonic flame dragon soared into the sky, emanating a powerful pressure that subconsciously tempted anyone to surrender. The moment human and dragon met, they both knew there would be no reconciliation. The dragon soared into the sky, baring its fangs and slashing with its claws. His claws were like torches, flaming and blinding. Facing the charging demon flame dragon, Zun Zun swiftly counterattacked. His lightsaber radiated divine light, its blade cleaving the air with powerful force and swiftness. The two met, instantly unleashing a mighty collision of energy. Firelight and sword shadows intertwined, enveloping the entire battlefield in a blazing inferno. Flames roared, currents of scorching air scorching Zun Zun's skin, the heat unbearable. But Zun Zun refused to retreat. He was unable to retreat. As if unable to endure the scorching heat, the cherry hair ornament, after a long period of accumulating power, unleashed a vast surge of magical energy. Damn it! A wave of magical energy instantly engulfed the entire arena, countless waves of energy surging like a tidal wave. The demonic flame dragon roared as it was deflected, its tail lashing at Zun Zun like thunder. Zun Zun's eyes froze, and without regard for grace, he rolled sideways smoothly to avoid a fatal blow. Before he could regroup, the demonic flame dragon unleashed scorching fire, sweeping through him like a flood. Zun Zun, undaunted, attacked the dragon with his lightsaber like a storm, combining supreme power and vast magical energy to dissipate the scorching flames. Zun Zun fought with growing courage, his momentum increasing. Every move was powerful and forceful, his boundless strength tearing the air apart. Not to be outdone, the demonic flame dragon, demonstrating its mythical power, attacked with its claws, its tail extending like a flaming whip. Zun Zun soared into the air, slightly expanding the hilt of his lightsaber, radiating a dazzling light like that of the sun. Using the power of his tail for a double jump, he leaped high and, with overwhelming force, pounced on the flame dragon. A massive wave of energy erupted. The battlefield fell silent, as if time had stopped. Then, the demonic flame dragon suddenly disappeared, as if reappearing from another dimension. A flash of surprise and alarm crossed Zun Zun's face. It was just as he had suspected. The demonic flame dragon had no physical form, but was a pure elemental creation. Even a giant dragon would have experienced a period of weakness after being sealed for 400 years. But an elemental form was different. Not only did its strength not diminish over time, but it was also extremely difficult to kill. No wonder the village chief claimed it could only be sealed and defeated, not subjugated. Sensing the demonic flame dragon's presence approaching once more, Zun Zun had no time to react before the dragon appeared beside him, claws and fangs bared, unleashing a deafening roar. A powerful blow, accompanied by unbearable heat. Zun Zun narrowly dodged it, but his slightly longer black hair was scorched black, giving off a distinctive smell. His gaze reflected determination, and his entire body radiated powerful energy. The condensed lightsaber streaked across the battlefield like a meteor, and powerful waves of energy exploded in the air. The burst of momentum far surpassed anything the demonic flame dragon and Zun Zun had ever faced. The battle between the demonic flame dragon and Zun Zun was like a clash of two giant beasts. The clash of power caused the battlefield to completely collapse, and the shadows of their dragon claws and swords intertwined in a swift flash of light and shadow. The fighting spirit burned. The clash between man and dragon resounded, and sparks of magic collided in the air. It was a fierce battle, with both sides displaying unparalleled strength and skill, and each move was filled with destructive power. The duel between the two was extremely fierce. The back and forth, each blow deadly. Each blow unerringly struck the opponent's insides, each collision shaking the battlefield. Both sides exchanged blows, their movements swift and precise, creating a stunning spectacle. The devil flame dragon's enormous tail crashed into the ground, unleashing vast waves and raging winds. Zun Zun dodged with lightning speed, blocking the dragon's tail with his sword, while fiercely slamming his fist into the devil flame dragon's claws. Claws and fists collided fiercely, unleashing a deafening roar. The attacks from both sides resembled a ferocious storm, instantly unleashing immense power and impact. Zun Zun quickly channeled his magical energy, gathering unparalleled strength, and attacked the demon flame dragon with a brighter lightsaber. The demon flame dragon, engulfed in scorching flames, expanded its body and used its claws to block. The surging momentum of both sides collided with a roar that shook heaven and earth, and the entire sky collapsed under the ferocious impact. Tisk, that hurts. Zun Zun could barely bear it. Even with the body of a god, he could not withstand the violent onslaught of a powerful monster, and the number of attacks was unlimited. He drank the healing potion in his mouth. Time passed slowly, fighting from noon until sunset. The 10 bottles of healing potion were used up, and it turned out that Zun Zun had completely mastered the demon flame dragon's attack methods. Finally, the fight reached its climax. Zun Zun, drawing on the power of immortal essence, concentrated his powerful attack, and his sword light soared into the sky with a mighty momentum. The demon flame dragon also brandished its claws, and flames blazed forth. The next instant, the man and dragon collided, causing a violent explosion, and waves of energy spread out in all directions like a tidal surge. For an instant, the entire sky seemed to be filled with their attack, and the powerful aura obscured everything. A figure shot out from the smoke of the explosion. It was Zun Zun. He looked at the lightsaber he was holding in resignation. Of course, 5 aren't enough. Seeing the demonic flame dragon rising from below and closing in relentlessly, it opened its mouth and roared, its scorching heat overwhelming them, as if it was going to devour Zun Zun whole in an instant. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Zun Zun gently bowed in the air, revealing the figure behind him. He descended from the sky, brandishing an enormous double-edged lightsaber that shone with purple lightning, and slashed it down at the demonic flame dragon's skull. In the next instant, a brilliant light, accompanied by scorching heat, enveloped the 2 men and the dragon. Chapter 315. The water is deep, you can't control it. When Zun Zun regained consciousness, he felt dizzy and in excruciating pain. A divine body is immune to negative influences and possesses remarkable resilience, but that doesn't mean it doesn't feel pain. Otherwise, Aqua wouldn't have screamed in pain every time the kobolds attacked her. Where is this? Don't move. He tried to get up when a hand grabbed him again. You're seriously injured. Seriously, if I hadn't arrived, you could have died. What the hell are you doing? Are you looking for death, idiot? Miss Elga, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. I want to hear a greeting, not a reprimand. Zun Zun clutched his head. If he hadn't been so exhausted, he would have argued with the beautiful elf. In fact, it was Elga, the beautiful elf he hadn't seen in over a month, who finally came to Zun Zun's rescue. But despite her words, her actions were truly considerate. Zun Zun rested his head on her lap. His head was resting on Elgar's legs, lying on the floor, indifferent to the mess. He still smelled strongly of herbs. Elgar must have been his emergency assistant during Zun Zun's coma. You're very tough. I just threw in some random herbs, and you're almost cured, liar. Even an ordinary person could tell at a glance the care with which the herbs were prepared for Zun Zun, and even more so for Zun Zun, a master of magic items and potions. This was probably the elf's way of hiding his arrogance, and Zun Zun had no intention of exposing it. Thank you. But you didn't have to go to all that trouble. Wait, why did you bring the herbs down? It's okay, I have a special physique. Oh, really? That was unnecessary. The beautiful elf saw that Zun Zun's body had almost recovered, realizing that perhaps she had done something unnecessary. She snorted and turned her head, but didn't let Zun Zun get off her lap. The beautiful girl's lap pillow. Seeing Zun Zun's strange expression, Elgar asked with some concern, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Does your head still hurt? She took off the necklace from her head and pretended to put it on Zun Zun's head. It contained great magical power. It must be a divine artifact, supposedly meant to relieve mental pain. But Zun Zun stopped her. No, it's just that it's the first time I've used a lap pillow, and I have mixed feelings about it. First? Really? Is this really your first time using a lap pillow? Well, neither my mother, nor my sister, nor my childhood sweetheart, nor my fiancé, have ever felt this way, really. Hey, the beautiful elf suddenly laughed heartily, her smile softening the surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, dappled her figure. The golden glow of the sunset seemed to bear witness to her beauty. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, all went silent, only her smile slowly permeating the air. Wait, is something wrong? The cute elf seemed to have heard something offensive, but before she could question it, she saw Zun Zun suddenly turn over, upside down, and gently stroke her. Great. These otherworldly stockings are wonderful, so fragrant and soft. I just want to get lost in them. What are you doing, idiot? A sudden slap pushed him away. Zun Zun, startled, fell backward, rolling on the ground several times. The cute elf covered her legs and cried out timidly, "What are you saying all of a sudden? It's ridiculous. Idiot. Pervert. Scum, sorry, this is my first time using a lap pillow. So I couldn't help it." Zun Zun was a little embarrassed. He really couldn't help it. His sister's legs were very sensitive, and touching them made things even more erotic, so he had never used a lap pillow before. Yunyun and Megumin were shy by nature, and he only saw his mother a few days a year. As for men, he never considered them. He rubbed his sore back and sat cross-legged on the ground instead of getting up. He looked at the sunset. He wasn't sure how long he had been unconscious, but he had probably been unconscious for an hour. Speaking of the demon flame dragon, it's sealed here. Elgar placed his hands on his waist and abdomen, took out a small bottle-like object from space, and casually threw it to Zun Zun. This thing appeared after I defeated the demon flame dragon. Oh, it seems to have worked. Zun Zun's face broke into a triumphant smile. The bottle originally contained a healing potion, but now it had become the vessel that sealed the demon flame dragon. The seal relied on the restrictive power of Ziohei, the immortal essence, combined with the power of other immortal essences to forcibly seal it. Come to think of it, why did you seal the demon flame dragon? And why did you fight alone? Wouldn't you have died if I hadn't been here? Didn't I tell you? I really didn't tell you. When he spoke to Shimiji Yasuke, his spirit had yet to connect with a beautiful elf, so he was unaware of her plan. Actually, he repeated his thoughts. And then. That's right. If two powerful enough energies collide, perhaps they can tear through space and create a passage. Then I can use this opportunity to return home. What the? A deafening roar echoed, and the beautiful elf looked excited. She knew this would end like this. Impossible, Elgar dismissed it outright. Don't be stupid. Using mythical creatures as a basis is utter audacity. You're wasting your life. Surrender. The waters are deep here, you can't control them. Should he say this was the language of another world, or was there something wrong with Zun Zun's translation, giving him unwanted hallucinations? How do you know if you don't try? Impossible means impossible. Rage? Being flatly denied is infuriating for anyone, especially when the other person is in a position to lecture. A normal fire dragon was already so difficult to deal with, and you almost died. And you're still thinking of strengthening it? If it hadn't arrived, you'd be dead. That's because I knew Miss Elgar would arrive, so I set a trap for the fire dragon. The beautiful elf clearly didn't expect Zun Zun to say that. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice grew increasingly timid. Why, you trust me that much? Sure, really? No. You almost tricked me. How could you have known I'd arrive? You must have been lying. She cast aside her shyness and demanded angrily. It's because I'm online. Under her bewildered gaze, Zun Zun gently gestured with his finger. Come back, little green. At his call, a ball of green light emerged from the beautiful elf's body, circling her joyfully several times before finally sinking into Zun Zun's body. This is immortal spirit. You've seen it, right? She had seen it. Zun Zun had originally used Little Green as a bridge and transit point to connect with her. Later, after being expelled, the elf girl stormed off, so quickly that she wasn't summoned in time. But that's why we didn't defeat the demon flame dragon. That was no excuse. Zun Zun's 6 immortal spirits were one, and only when they were all together could they unleash their full power. Without one, their strength was reduced by at least a quarter, and Julius and he were no exception. This was common in ACG. Thanks to Little Green, I was able to take control of Miss Elga's position and launch a counterattack at the last moment. The elf girl fell silent. Zun Zun continued to boast, don't underestimate her. Although Xiaolu is almost immortal, her strength shouldn't be underestimated. She is a powerful helper and a reliable shield in times of danger, and she can even communicate over distances. Thanks to her, I know that Miss Elga is safe and sound. Oh, is that so? The beautiful elf deliberately drew out the words, her lips curling slightly, a smile quietly blooming under the tranquil sunset. That smile was like a peony bud about to bloom, subtle and seductive at the same time, and it was impossible not to be captivated. Her eyes shone with a soft light, flowing like a gaze. Her orange hair gently fluttered in the breeze, framing her jade face and making her smile even brighter and purer. A heartbeat. As if to hide his embarrassment, Zun Zun coughed and stopped looking at her. Okay, let's go back to the village. Back to the village. To see the village chief and Mabel, the last descendant of the Ice Clan. Mabel, hearing Zun Zun call that name, the beautiful elf's expression seemed to falter. She hummed inexplicably, her tone dissatisfied. Really? Really? You risked your life to complete the mission and then came back to deliver the good news. Incredible. You could immediately gain their favor, and then, like the otherworldly samurai in the story, you'll naturally acquire the girl. Incredible. You defeated the demonic flame dragon without using the frozen god sword. You'll definitely be considered a hero and go down in history as a legend. What are you talking about? I'm not going to deliver good news. I'm going to brag, huh? The beautiful elf girl suspected she had heard wrong. However, Zun Zun gave a wicked smile and said mischievously, that girl? I borrowed the frozen sword from her, but she did something so outrageous. Never mind, after all, my actions were a bit abrupt. But she laughed at me. I can't stand it. Crimson Demon Clan, I will respond to any complaints. A complete misunderstanding. The beautiful elf calmed her jealousy. It seemed things weren't as she imagined. Lady Elga, you seem to be in a better mood. Why, the reason is a secret. She smiled charmingly again. Chapter 316. At this time, Mabel still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. After a short rest, we returned to the village. As soon as we entered, we ran into a familiar face. He was wearing a somewhat dirty white suit, worn-out shoes with wide toes, a red scarf around his neck, medium-length black hair, and glasses on his somewhat intimidating face. Seeing him, Zun Zun's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand to greet him. Hey, long time no see, Wolf Gunblood. Hey, where are you? It's me. Sorry, Shimiji Yasuke was still stupid. I said to at least remember the settings you mentioned, otherwise, people will quickly find out it's fake. As a member of the Crimson Demon Clan, Zun Zun mocked Shimiji Yasuke's behavior. Forgetting settings is taboo in the Crimson Demon Clan and is looked down upon. Come to think of it, Zun Zun observed him carefully and said uncertainly, are you more haggard than before? What's happened to you this past month? A month earlier, Shimiji Yasuke had also been thin and had prominent cheekbones, but at least he still looked human and not too ugly. A month later, Shimiji Yasuke looked even more gaunt. If you were to step outside, you wouldn't be exaggerating when you said he was a freak, captured and sent to be exhibited in a circus. Nothing, I've actually had a pretty good month. Shimiji Yasuke waved his hand like a middle-aged man. Strange. He seemed in good spirits. I was just trying to help the village create a water source, and then I got strung up like a demon who tempted people to fall, and I was almost burned at the stake. Hey, and then, after saving a brother and sister, I was ambushed and fell off a cliff. Alice, if I hadn't managed to stay conscious and eaten a mysterious fruit that miraculously cured me, I might have died. And, that's it, Zun Zun immediately interrupted him. Shimiji Yasuke fell silent after the shout, but then apologized. Sorry, I'm still talking about myself. Do you find it annoying? No. I'm just sympathizing with your situation. So, can it be said that this was a piece of cake? Don't you understand the word piece of cake well? And from Shimiji Yasuke's words, it was clear that this wasn't just a joke, it was a real piece of cake. Without the beautiful elf's help, his life had become even more difficult. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, he sighed at the bewildered elf, irritated by her gesture, as if Shimiji Yasuke's situation were his fault. Zun Zun patted him on the shoulder. Anyway, I'm glad to see my villager alive, you too, Zun Zun, he smiled broadly, although a little scared. By the way, Zun Zun, how have you been this past month? Well, he then told him about his trip to Mount Dordo to learn the bare minimum and how he had just sealed the demon flame dragon. Oh. Zun Zun, you sealed the demon flame dragon? Impressive. Actually, after hearing your theory, I think it's on the mark, so I was looking for a powerful creature as a base. I came here immediately after hearing the news of the demon flame dragon. I didn't expect you to take care of it before me. Zun Zun seemed very pleased by Shima Takashi Yasuke's praise. Is the demon flame dragon so strong? Is it really powerful? What are its mechanics and attack patterns? As a Sega fan and hardcore gamer, Shima Takashi Yasuke's initial concern was the demon flame dragon's strength, mechanics, and attack patterns. It was as if online game players were exchanging battle experiences and learning from each other. paying close attention to the mechanics of the world bosses. The flame demon dragon is very strong. Zun Zun naturally took the opportunity to boast, continuously explaining the flame demon dragon's attack methods, mechanics, and incredible strength. Shima Takashi Yasuke, as a good listener, burst into cheers from time to time, and the two of them had a very interesting conversation. It was the kind of empathy that only players can feel, a scene that people from another world cannot interfere with. Naturally, the beautiful elf flew into a rage. What are you talking about? If I hadn't been there, Zun Zun would have been devoured by the fire dragon. Yes, that was after Zun Zun beat the fire dragon to within an inch of its life, and you shamelessly stole the finishing blow, right? Damned KS player, Shimichi Yasuke, who had a terrible impression of the pretty elf, not only stood up for Zun Zun, but also disparagingly called her a KS player. Who's the shameless one? Of course it's you, orc, damn elf. Well, stop it. Seeing the argument escalating, Zun Zun quickly separated them. This wasn't a simple argument, they genuinely detested each other. Thanks to Zun Zun's persuasion, they finally stopped arguing. By the way, Wolf Gunblood, you're here to defeat the fire dragon, right? Have you seen the descendant of the Ice Clan who possesses the frozen divine sword? Yes, I suppose so. Zun Zun stared at the village chief in the distance, his face bruised and swollen, quite a comical sight. Furthermore, the surroundings seemed to have suffered severe damage. It seemed Shimichi Yasuke wasn't communicating well with the village chief. That Ice Clan descendant said he was going to look for something, a flower? Sorry, I can't remember, so I thought we'd go after the fire dragon. HMPH, you absent-minded orc, said the beautiful elf girl, taking the opportunity to tease him. Shimichi Yasuke's expression turned sour, but he didn't protest angrily, seeming to agree to the statement. Where's Zun Zun? I see the frost divine sword hasn't been taken. I suppose it was of no use to you against a fire dragon either. Why? Because it's giving me trouble. Then instead of going to the trouble of looking for the key quest item, why don't you just go straight to the chief? I didn't expect you to be such a player, Zun Zun. Right, as expected of a modern hardcore gamer, Shimichi Yasuke understands the downsides. Many games are designed this way to waste players' time. Rather than wasting time getting key items just to boost their attack power a little, it's better to go straight to the boss. Zun Zun still hadn't forgotten his intention to put on a brave face. Led by the village chief, the three of them returned to the igloo where Mabel was. Like a ruthless quest-giving NPC, he remained impassive upon seeing the three of them, even repeating the same words. As a child, on the peak of Mount Margid, I saw the flowers scattered with my mother. They were so beautiful, you wouldn't change your mind, would you? Mabel's perfunctory reply didn't even bother to disguise it. She closed her mouth after saying this, as if chasing them away. Fuck them, Zun Zun unconsciously clenched his fists. Come to think of it, wasn't Mabel's behavior excessive? After all, the frozen divine sword changes according to its mood, so its melting state definitely wouldn't be picking scattered flowers. Miss Elga, where's Mount Margid? Why do you ask? Let me think, it seems to be in the northernmost snowy mountains. Getting there is quite difficult, the beautiful elf said after a moment's thought. Hey, as expected. Mabel was completely shut up. Her mother eloped with another man when she was only 9 years old. According to the village chief, her mother was an ordinary woman. How was he going to bring her to the northernmost snowy mountains? In other words, it was just a simple NPC line. Mabel had never considered using such a fabricated story to unlock the seal on the frozen divine sword. Well, if that's so, don't blame Zun Zun. The village chief looked at Mabel, who was lying on the bed of ice, sighed helplessly, and said, Lord Zun Zun, the demon flame dragon is very powerful. It's a village legend that only the frozen divine sword can defeat it. I know it's a bit exaggerated, but let's go to Mount Margid, village chief, the demon flame dragon has been defeated, huh? The village chief was stunned. Mabel, lying on the bed of ice, slowly stood up upon hearing this, straightened her clothes, rubbed her feet, and then, turned around indifferently. Well, that's how it should be, huh? Mabel's actions, as if she were an outsider, had already made Zun Zun laugh. Then, a radiant smile spread across her face, and she said to the village chief, also, I've taken the demonic flame dragon with me. That ends future troubles, right? No need to thank me, it's what I must do. The village chief seemed unable to digest the overwhelming amount of information. But it didn't matter. He would soon understand that without the demonic flame dragon sealed in the flame shrine, the frozen divine sword would be unnecessary. In other words, the descendants of the Ice Clan, who had lived off the village for centuries, no longer had a reason to exist. By now, Mabel clearly hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. They accepted their hefty reward. After bidding farewell to the village chief, the three of them set off. Elf Archer had initially refused to pay, but at Zun Zun's insistence, she reluctantly accepted half. Shimeji Yasuke, however, refused. Zun Zun, wanting to make sure their trip wasn't in vain, offered him a share of the reward. Shimeji Yasuke, however, explained that he had conquered several dungeons in the past month and had accumulated a considerable amount of savings. Wasn't this guy a bit too fierce? Zun Zun couldn't even keep up with him, while Shimeji Yasuke had almost been burned at the stake, fallen off a cliff, and conquered several dungeons. Even if he hadn't accompanied them to Mount Dordo, his experiences were incredibly rich and strange, weren't they? He really had the makings of a protagonist. On the other hand, Zun Zun either traveled with a beautiful elf, or argued with her, and then challenged the fire dragon alone, only to be saved by her. Really, so boring and tedious. By the way, Wolf Gunblood, why don't you join us, eh? Zun Zun's suggestion made Shimeji Yasuke let out a disapproving grunt. He didn't seem to like teaming up and only wanted to be a solo player. The beautiful elf also seemed reluctant to join him. However, Zun Zun persuaded them, and the two reluctantly agreed to travel together for a while. Chapter 317 You Can't Generalize About People. Two men and one woman. This classic and timeless couple is always popular and eye-catching, anywhere in the world. No, it's the combination of a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and an orc that attracts the most attention, right? In a world filled with handsome men and women, it's people like Shimeji Yasuke who stand out the most. If it weren't for Zun Zun's repeated promises, the guards would have chased him out of town. Excuse me, am I causing you trouble? Zun Zun, it's okay. Shimeji Yasuke is very shy about causing trouble for others, and he hates it when others cause trouble for him too. Whether he ran away immediately after their first meeting or apologized now, Zun Zun didn't care, since she had, after all, forced him to join her team. But the beautiful elf snorted. If you know you're going to cause trouble, why don't you cover your face? Why should I cover my face? What? It's my decision whether I cover my face or not, and besides, I don't want to. Shimeji Yasuke doesn't like people commenting on his appearance, and Zun Zun has noticed that he can be quite stubborn sometimes. That's right, otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 7 whole days beating up the fire dragon, originally. Nane skied. I have a good relationship with that girl, huh? She appeared in Alien Soldi. She was originally an ordinary woman. After being killed by the enemy leader, her brain transformed into by a computer and she awakened. Piloting the 7 stars, a weapon of salvation, she attacked our forces. As a stage 3 boss, she has 5 forms. Wait, before Shimeji Yasuke could launch into a long, inexplicable rant, Zun Zun couldn't help but stop him. Why are you saying all this all of a sudden, huh? You asked me to accompany you, right? Weren't we just going to talk about love? No, really? You look like you want to talk about that. What the hell is that expression that made you misunderstand? Although Shimeji Yasuke looked like an older man, he was only 17 years old, right? Besides, even if they were talking about love, it shouldn't be a virtual character, right? Not even the measly female characters in the game. Zun Zun scratched his head. I'm traveling with you only to talk about magic. No, more like spirits. You also wield spirit magic, right? What? Really? Shimeji Yasuke gave an awkward laugh. Next, they talked about their knowledge of spirit magic. Overall, there was a significant difference. First, Zun Zun only had 6 spirits under contract. Whether it was attacking, defending, or performing other tasks, he could only control those 6. Shimeji Yasuke, on the other hand, could control them infinitely. Although it was a cheat level skill, the difference was stark and fundamental. This bug level skill had overcome his obstacle from the very beginning, placing him at the pinnacle of world power. No wonder he could fight the demonic flame dragon for 7 full days, while Zun Zun almost lost the battle in a single day. As for why I say almost, let's break down the differences. All of Shimeji Yasuke's abilities come from the immortal spirits. In other words, if the immortal spirits were defeated, he would be defeated as well, and he would become an ordinary person. No, considering his weak constitution, He would probably be even worse than an ordinary person. What could transform him into an ordinary person was a monster called the demonic ceiling bird. The miasma released by this monster was so disgusting that the immortal spirits didn't want to work, and as long as the smell lingered, they wouldn't budge. However, Zun Zun was different. Immortal spirits who signed a contract with him obligated themselves to work even if they found it smelly, and they might even put in more effort to destroy the demon ceiling bird. While it had its pros and cons, Shimiji Yasuke was generally more powerful. By the way, how about we learn some magic, eh? Shimiji Yasuke was reluctant. He felt that since he already knew immortal spirit magic, learning common magic would be going too far. Besides, he probably didn't understand much about magical theory, and he had talismans as backup in times of crisis, so no matter how hard Zun Zun tried to persuade him, he refused. You'll see, he'll have a hard time. However, thanks to Shimiji Yasuke, Zun Zun had gained a lot of insight into fairy magic. Through him, he had also gained a certain understanding with the fairies of this world, allowing him to ask for their help in times of need, for a price. Wait a moment, the abandoned elf said somewhat angrily, have you forgotten about me a long time ago? Speaking of magic, I know it too, okay? And I know quite a few secret elven techniques. Oh, interested? Well, if you beg me, I'll definitely teach you, please, Miss Elga. Perhaps because Zun Zun bowed his head so abruptly, the elf didn't react and could only nod wordlessly. For the next few days, they traveled and studied magic. Today, I'm going to teach you a secret elven technique, storage magic. Storage magic, or item boxes, is a common element in almost all otherworldly toilet paper novels. Many toilet paper protagonists even exclaim in amazement at their enormous storage capacity. But this skill, so common that it's practically a standard feature of any otherworldly protagonist, damn, it's too difficult, isn't it? Of course, this is a secret technique of the elves, not just anyone can learn it, the beautiful elf snorted. Although Zun Zun already knew the principle, no matter how hard he tried, it was still incredibly difficult, far more challenging than advanced magic. Even if he wanted to learn advanced magic, he needed to memorize the spell, learn the movements, and understand the flow of magical power. And as Zun Zun kept trying. Oh, it worked, Shimiji Yasuke exclaimed with glee. A black crack appeared before him, a rotating black hole that proved he had successfully mastered the magic. Zun Zun was slightly surprised. How did you do it? You have no talent for magic, do you? It's only been less than 10 minutes, no, it's nothing. I just asked the fairies for help. Hey. You're cheating. You're cheating. Shimiji Yasuke's magic seemed to be the work of fairies. It seemed that in his past life, all it took was to type a command or code for the program to run automatically. A mere orc, Miss Elgar? The beautiful elf seemed annoyed by the ease with which Shimiji Yasuke learned elven secrets. She glared at him. Shimiji Yasuke returned the favor with a glare, showing disdain for the so-called elven secrets. You too, this makes me look redundant, Zun Zun couldn't help but sigh. Shimiji Yasuke's fairies didn't have a physical form, but rather a collection of phenomena or concepts. Perhaps that was why he could easily recreate magic from the collection of elven secrets. Was it possible that he could really recreate any magic someone had used? Wasn't it too powerful? No, wait, so he could replicate it with spiritual lessons? Yes, I was wrong. This is a form of magic, so Zun Zun thought he would learn it as magic and then use skill points to power it up. But if he replicated it with spiritual essence like Shimiji Yasuke, wouldn't it be much easier? Zun Zun. I mean, Zun Zun. Yes, I'm Zun Zun. Do you want to feel it? Feel what? Zun Zun was slightly surprised to hear the elf say this and saw her lower her head shyly. Just feel the magic. You see, it's easier to learn by feeling the flow of magic than by learning blindly, right? Hands-on experience will certainly give you new insights. That makes sense, Zun Zun, realizing that practical experience is always more useful than theory, looked at Shimiji Yasuke. May I ask you, me? Of course it's me. I'm the instructor of the Elven Mysteries. You should feel my magic, right? Saying that, Shimiji Yasuke used the same fairy magic as Zun Zun. Although there were many differences, they were fundamentally the same, so they should learn a lot from each other. But since the elf had asked him to, Zun Zun couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to slowly touch her chest. How is it? Even if you ask me, to be honest, I have mixed feelings. To others, Zun Zun might have acted like a hooligan in public, but to him, He felt more like a heart stealer who simply hadn't touched the beating heart. That's not what I meant. Didn't I tell you to feel the magic? Hurry up. I hate this too. If you hate it, don't force it. Zun Zun couldn't understand her thoughts, but seeing the elf's embarrassed and indignant expression, he decided to keep silent and silently feel the flow of the magic. Since they decided to use immortal essence to replicate it, they can only use Ziohei, who possesses special attributes, the immortal essence with yin attribute, to analyze it. How is it going, Ziohei? No problem. Upon receiving this answer, Zun Zun's lips curved slightly, as if he had learned it easily. Although it might have seemed like he was taking shortcuts, it was truly wonderful to have mastered it. It seems he will need to rely more on immortal essence in the future. Unlike Shimiji Yasuke, who relied entirely on it, Zun Zun showed no interest in developing it. As time passed, the beautiful elf seemed increasingly restless. Her cheeks flushed, her thoughts became uncertain. She tried to push Zun Zun away, but he looked serious, and his expression calmed. Then, okay, complete explanation. Zun Zun's hand flashed, and the black vortex vanished in an instant. Huh? His hand pressed against the elf's chest, and she unconsciously twitched twice. Pervert, there was a clicking sound. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Anti-Ghost Killing. Hiss, it hurt. Being slapped that hard wouldn't be pleasant for anyone. Shimiji Yasuke glared at the suddenly furious elf girl with disgust, as if a slap might land in his face at any moment. I'm sorry, Miss Elgar. Zun Zun bowed his head decisively. There's only so much one can reason with a woman. He'd learned one thing in his short life: the more stubborn you are in your defense, the more unreasonable women will seem to you. Unless you firmly admit your mistake, it will keep him from getting angry. Feeling that she had gone too far, the elf girl wanted to apologize, but seeing Zun Zun bow his head, instead of feeling relieved, she turned away in even more anger. Oh, really? He snorted, then looked down at her impressive chest and whispered, my breasts, are you really that repulsive? Not really. The more you talk, the more you mess up. That's the only way to deal with it, son dear. And just now it was Zun Zun's fault. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shimazaki Yasuke asked, what happened? Was it because the elves cancelled the magic? It was Elgar. She remembers people's names, tisk. He snorted in displeasure. He really didn't want to pay attention to the beautiful elf who didn't treat him like a human. Zun Zun shook his head and said, no, it's my fault. Basically, it was probably my reverse magic that cancelled the magic. You see, fighting games often see energy cancellation caused by the wave-generating character. Oh, I know. Shimazaki Yasuke looked delighted, his cheeks flushed and his expression filled with excitement. He exchanged a glance with Zun Zun and then spoke. Street Fighter, Iron Fury? A strange silence fell over them, looking discontented. Zun Zun shouted, wait a minute. No matter what, it should be a classic Street Fighter. Only that kind of fighting game can be considered authentic. What are you talking about? I don't approve of anything that isn't a pure Sega game, Shimazaki Yasuke retorted in the same voice. The Street Fighter series wasn't produced by Sega, but by Capcom. After its huge success on the Famicom, it was ported to various platforms. Using Nintendo's analogy, Iron Fist was a first-party Sega game, while Street Fighter was a third-party game released with the help of the Sega Media Player. It's like the difference between a biological child and an adopted one. You're so stubborn, HMPH, that's just me. Games like Street Fighter haven't learned anything from Sega. You know, Sega is incredibly powerful. Not only do they have fighting games like Iron Fist, but they even created the excellent side-scrolling brawler Axe 2. Zun Zun wasn't expecting to get a science lesson. As a gamer, he believed his knowledge of the video game world was sufficient, but he was surprised to find it paled in comparison to Shimiji Yasuke. Of course, that only pertained to Sega. Beyond that, he didn't care. Unable to intervene, the beautiful elf grew flustered. She cried out, wait a minute, I don't understand what you're saying. What's wrong? Well, in short, I used fairy spirits to reverse Ms. Elgar's magic, cancelling it, which in turn caused the storage spell to fail. Knowing the outcome, he only had to reverse the process, and as he grew more familiar with it, he could use the opposite method to nullify the magic. If any magic could do that. Perhaps I've accidentally developed a terrifying ability. What do you mean? It means I can use magic spirits to nullify any magic. Of course, the use cases are very rare. If powerful magic can't be nullified, then there's no need to nullify weak magic. It's useless, except for showing off. What? It's not that big a deal. No, I think it's quite necessary. Shimichi Yasuke saw it differently. As a real gamer, he immediately understood the key to the matter. This ability isn't just useful to me. More importantly, it also has the same effect on my companions. After all, reality isn't like in games, where you can negate allies' abilities. Even Sega games have friendly fire. For example, he began again. Zun Zun and the beautiful elf exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. They felt that Shimichi Yasuke had fallen completely under the spell of Sega's demonic power, seemingly unable to escape its control. But that reminds me. It might not work for me, but it could be very useful to my companions. For example, the next time the fire dragon uses its breath, I can neutralize it with the same magic power, and Miss Elga won't be harmed, or something. You consider me a partner, for now. Never mind. Since you said so, there's nothing I can do. I'll just be your partner for now. He couldn't understand why he suddenly became so arrogant. Okay, Zun Zun slapped the table, stood up, and said, without further delay, let's go to the dungeon to test this theory. It was still early. If they hurried, they could return tonight. Shimichi Yasuke and the elves didn't refuse, and they also wanted to give it a try. What about the result? No, I can't. Perhaps it's because I'm good at using artifacts, but my understanding of magic isn't as comprehensive as I thought. It's destroyed the moment it comes into contact. The beautiful elf was the first to give up. Up until now, all the strength she had shown was due to the use of her magical equipment. There was nothing common in the magical world except for the secret elven method of storing magic. Me too. Theory is just theory, after all. Putting it into practice is too difficult. Zun Zun scratched his head. He had taken it for granted. While the theory was true, knowing how to use magic could completely eliminate it. The problem was that Ziohei had to absorb the magic and resolve it in a very short time. There were two problems. Powerful magic would cause Ziohei considerable damage. Second, not speeding up would allow the magic's damage to dissipate completely, resulting in the awkward situation of taking damage but being unable to counter it. On the other hand, I'm fine. Shimichi Yasuke pushed up his glasses and said, as long as we ask the spirits, we can dispel any magic easily. He looked puzzled, as if he couldn't understand why the two of them couldn't learn. Instead, Zun Zun wanted to ask why he was learning so quickly. Considering that the spirits Shimichi Yasuke could hear were a collection of concepts and spirits, meaning they didn't actually have a physical form, they weren't worried about taking damage, which was why they could negate magic. Hey, it's a pain. They're not human. I thought they were just common orcs. Zun Zun and the beautiful elf were stunned. By the way, Zun Zun said, playing with a ring. What do we do with the loot this time? I didn't expect it to be a ring. I thought it would be treasure or something. Yeah, I thought it was treasure too, Shimichi Yasuke agreed. The dungeon they were trying to conquer was quite difficult, but the three of them were no ordinary people, so they made their way to the room containing the secret treasure with effort. Upon opening it, they didn't find a sea of gold coins and items, but a lone ring. You two didn't know what that dungeon was and went to conquer it. No, X2 said in unison. After all, they had just been transferred from another world, so it was understandable that they didn't know. But this ring is made of celestial starstone, one of only 7 in the world. It's carved with mermaid tears and coral, and it's worth almost a city. It's a priceless treasure. Wow. Wait, how do you know that? Because I have one too. Shimichi Yasuke took out an identical ring from his storage. He said it was a trophy from one of the many dungeons he'd conquered this month, and I couldn't help but be amazed by his craftsmanship. So I don't want the ring anymore. Is that okay with you? It doesn't matter. It's no use to me. Collecting accessories like these won't increase your attack power, so there's no point. Shimichi Yasuke had understood the game too much. Zun Zun fiddled with the ring in his hand for a moment, then placed it in front of the beautiful elf. Huh? I don't really need it. If it were material for a magic item, it would be fine, but it doesn't have any magical powers. It's just an ordinary trinket, so there's no point in keeping it. If Miss Elga doesn't mind, take it as a reward for your efforts. Give it to me? Please give me the ring." The beautiful elf stared blankly at the priceless ring. Of course, this ring, though priceless in this world, is only worth 50 yen in modern society. Similarly, in Suqing, it's worth a mere 50 eris. Therefore, there's no need to keep it. Rather than treating it as scrap metal, it's better to treat it as a favor. Oh no, did the beautiful elf misunderstand? Seeing her smile, Zun Zun was about to explain when he heard Shimiji Yasuke say, "Then it's settled." "Elf, do you have 20 million, eh?" "It seems not. There's nothing I can do." He took the ring to the pawn shop and, after a heated argument, returned with a large bag of gold coins, which he divided into 3 parts in public. Wait, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? If you find an item and want it, you should buy it and share the profits with other players. Since you can't afford it, sell it and split the profits. Isn't that reasonable? He was so right that I was speechless. After all, Shimiji Yasuke had contributed and deserved his share of the reward. But, seeing the beautiful elf foolishly holding a bag of gold coins, Zun Zun couldn't help but feel pity. Really, it was too pitiful. Chapter 319 Beautiful girl coming out of the bathroom. The next morning, Zun Zun stretched lazily as he made his way down from the hotel. He found Shimiji Yasuke already having breakfast on the first floor. The hotel owner, hiding behind the counter, was looking at him shakily, as if wary of an orc. In a way, Shimiji Yasuke did look like an orc. He greeted him casually. "Hello, Wolf Gunblood. Hey, where are you?" It's me. Sorry." "Hey," Zun Zun, a little overwhelmed, quickly walked over and complained. "Hey, since we're traveling together, could you at least tell me your real name?" Shimiji Yasuke seemed to be resisting. Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "By the way, have you forgotten that I also know Wolf Gunblood's name?" "Why yeah. I forgot." He smiled awkwardly and soon spoke reluctantly. "But Zun Zun, you also used a fake name, right? Huh? You're from Tachibana like me, but your given name is Zun Zun. At least, I've never heard of that surname or given name in Tachibana. No, you misunderstood me." Zun Zun then told him about his 2 time travels. While most people might not understand, Shimiji Yasuke, a hardcore gamer, said he was quite familiar with this setting and encountered it frequently in game, so he didn't find it strange at all. "Then, my previous name, I discarded it. Sure, I'll never forget my family and friends, but in this life I have my own family, fiancé, childhood sweetheart, and friends, so I want to use the name from this life. And having too many names isn't necessarily a good thing, is it?" "Oh, how cool." Shimiji Yasuke didn't understand what he meant by cool. Zun Zun was only trying to give him a subtle hint that he didn't have to lie about his name every time he introduced himself to strangers. It didn't matter if he remembered it, but he couldn't, which made him a laughingstock. "I am Zun Zun. I am the foremost Grand Mage of the Crimson Demon Clan, and I aspire to become the most benevolent, virtuous, supreme, and powerful Demon King. I am the only one in heaven and earth. Please guide me from now on." "What are you doing?" Introducing myself. Zun Zun's strange movements and Chen-like introduction startled Shimiji Yasuke a little, and the owner behind the counter thought he was performing some kind of exorcism and looked forward to chasing the beastman away. "The ways of the Crimson Demon Clan are a bit like Chunyabao. I hope you'll be more tactful. My name is Shimiji Yasuke. Please guide me." Please guide me." They shook hands in midair, and their friendly attitude made the owner, hiding behind the counter, roll his eyes and faint. He was being overdramatic. Zun Zun ignored him and continued chatting with Shimiji Yasuke. Zun Zun, equally skilled at crafting magical tools, felt an urge to challenge Shimiji Yasuke to a duel. You mean the water jug? I actually asked a fairy to engrave a spell on it and then affix it to an ordinary jug. It's nothing particularly difficult. How on earth could they compare? Zun Zun could do the same thing, but that spell required constant monitoring by the fairy with whom he had made the contract. He couldn't use it if he strayed a certain distance, and the water produced required its own magical power. Meanwhile, Shimiji Yasuke recorded, no, it should be said that he asked the fairy to condense the infinite water magic into the talisman, and then use the jug as a medium for the water to flow. The two had simply combined to make him look less intimidating. He had done some research, but not much. Due to a huge difference in understanding, Zun Zun soon realized that he couldn't carry on a deep conversation with Shimiji Yasuke. Time was dragging on, the sun was already high in the sky, and the innkeeper, assisted from behind the counter by the waiter, had yet to appear. Tisk, Damn that elf girl, what a sleepyhead, Shimichi Yasuke exclaimed in dismay. If they hadn't agreed to form a threesome, he would have left without a word, leaving the elf girl to catch up on her own. He was such a serious man. Girls need a little time to get ready. I'd love to say it, but isn't it a little late? Zun Zun was also puzzled. They had gone to the dungeon the day before, but they hadn't exerted themselves. They shouldn't have been so exhausted that they couldn't move. He was a little worried. Could she be hurt, really? Shimichi Yasuke was also a little scared. Although he was relentless with his words and often did things that left people speechless and strange, he was still kind and caring to his companions. Could it be that the boy yesterday got hurt and didn't tell me, holding it in until he fainted? How do you know so much? Of course. Sega's most famous game is, well, he started again. Zun Zun didn't want to be lectured about the history and introduction of Sega games like Tang Sang, so he said, I'll go see her, and quickly ran to the second floor. He came to a room on the left of the corridor. Directly ahead was Zun Zun's room. To be honest, he heard some strange noises last night, but he thought they might be due to the poor condition of the hotel, so he ignored them. Now it seemed something had happened to the elf. He knocked on the door. Miss Elgar? Are you awake, Miss Elgar? After waiting for a moment, no one answered. Miss Elgar? Miss Elgar? Hey, has there really been an accident? Zun Zun hadn't been worried at first, but after hearing Shimichi Yasuke explain the background of the game, he got a little nervous. Besides, the elf was known for her stubbornness and tsundere nature, so perhaps she was hiding an injury or something. Miss Elgar? He knocked loudly on the door, but no one answered. Zun Zun's knocking became more and more urgent. Even the adventurer in the next room sleepily scolded him, saying that he had returned very late the night before and had asked him to make less noise. But Zun Zun was too careless to apologize or be polite. With a veiled apology, he kicked open the fragile door, followed by a girl's scream. The sound of something falling followed. Miss Elga, Zun Zun's violent entrance revealed a peculiar sight. The beautiful elf did not appear injured as expected. Instead, her clothes were disheveled, and she lay sprawled on the hotel floor. But precisely because of that, glistening drops of water clung to her long golden hair, shimmering like a stream in the sunlight. A subtle hint of shyness and anger flashed across her clear, translucent blue eyes. Her long, slender eyelashes trembled slightly, like a butterfly fluttering over water, or perhaps protesting the sudden intrusion. Realizing that her privacy had been violated, her blue eyes instantly ignited with mild rage, as if she wanted to incinerate the prying eyelids. But then, timidly, she looked away. Her hair gently fluttered as she moved, her red lips slightly pursed. And the faint blush on her cheeks were the best evidence of her current inner turmoil. It was as if I had just taken a shower and was changing in a hurry when someone suddenly barged in. That's right. I just took a shower, then, Miss Elgar, please answer me. I thought you'd had an accident. How should I respond in this situation? The elf felt an inexplicable embarrassment. It was as if someone knocked on the door while she was using the bathroom. She should politely indicate that someone was inside, but she remained silent, waiting for someone to come in and see her naked. No, he didn't. Luckily, Zun Zun walked in at a good time. Although the elf girl's clothes were a little disheveled, they didn't reveal anything that shouldn't be exposed. She was barely safe. Seeing her wriggling like a worm, Zun Zun felt a pang of remorse and stepped forward to help her up, complaining, Miss Elga, please answer me sooner next time. I know. The beautiful elf girl, upon being helped to her feet, accidentally revealed her southern hemisphere as her dress was lifted. Although she wasn't large, the large expanse of white skin and slender waist, coupled with her golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, made her even more alluring than before, giving him an inexplicable sense of holiness. It had to be said that this was something Zun Zun had never experienced in any of the opposite sex he had ever met. The elf girl exclaimed in shock, then slapped him out of the room and slammed the door shut. How could this be? She covered her cheeks, her expression invisible, but her flushed ears betrayed her embarrassment. Then she opened her hands again. A necklace appeared before her. The necklace was woven from ordinary cord, but the amulet was a rare treasure, carved from mermaid tears and coral, a treasure worth a city. Why would I have fallen in such a hurry if I hadn't been hiding this in the bed? She wanted to throw it away in anger, but stopped, thought for a moment, and put it back around her neck with a happy smile on her face. Elsewhere, after receiving a slap, Zun Zun slowly stood up, rubbed his swollen cheek, and walked downstairs, looking depressed, sitting next to Shimiki Yasuke. Hiss, seeing Zun Zun's swollen cheek, she gasped and said with lingering fear, "Do elves really get so grumpy when they wake up? No, it's my fault. I accidentally saw Miss Elga's body." "Oh, really? In that case, even committing seppuku would be justified, eh? Zun Zun didn't expect Shimiki Yasuke to side with a beautiful elf, and there seemed to be a subtle misunderstanding between the two of them. He found out more about it later. At that time, the idea of samurai duels hadn't yet become popular, and there were few ways to prove one's innocence. Many people even resorted to seppuku on the subway. It was a truly drastic method. Chapter 320 If you don't let me cultivate, I'll cultivate you. Despite a few minor setbacks, the three eventually set off without a hitch. "Hey, we can't just wander off. I don't have time to mess around with you guys. I'm busy." "Hey, if you have something to do, just go. Why did you have to follow us?" However, the journey wasn't smooth. Zun Zun wasn't exactly a good balancer, especially since one of them was male, so he could only play dumb. "You two are so close, where?" X2 Zun Zun couldn't help but curl his lips at the two's simultaneous shout. He suddenly realized that forcing them together was asking for trouble. "So, where are we going?" The beautiful elf girl crossed her arms, as if she cared more about Zun Zun's fate than getting into a pointless argument with the orc. "Then we're going to find stronger monsters, right?" Shimiji Yasuke said excitedly. "Look, monsters have different strengths, right? The fire dragon isn't necessarily the strongest, right? So let's look for other powerful monsters and select them carefully, making permutations and combinations." Shimiji Yasuke looked like a gambler, placing great importance on strength, trying to find the perfect combination. "No, I think the fire dragon is enough." "Really? Okay, a monster that gives you a tough fight must be very powerful, right? I guarantee the fire dragon's strength." Hearing Zun Zun's words, he didn't pressure them, he seemed to trust him. "Then the next step is to strengthen it." That's right, Zun Zun's original idea was to balance the energy. The fire dragon had excellent plasticity and growth potential as a material. As long as they kept adding energy and reached a certain level, they would definitely be able to traverse space. After sharing this with the two of them, their approval was unanimous. "You're very stubborn." The beautiful elf seemed displeased with Zun Zun for putting himself in such a dangerous situation, but she was powerless to stop him, so he could only grumble. Shimiji Yasuke didn't care about the danger, he was more concerned with another matter. "How do we increase the demon flame dragon's power?" Let's find a temple, Temple X2. The two of them looked confused. It wasn't that Zun Zun knew about it beforehand, it was the old woman who told him at the Temple of Knowledge on Mount Ordo after he had received the minimum knowledge. She said that in order to better integrate into this world and gain a certain amount of strength, one should seek out the three temples that represent knowledge, body, and mystery. It seemed to be some sort of backup plan left by the gods for those who accidentally acquired weak abilities after transferring to another world. Zun Zun had, of course, asked about temples, but the old woman said it had been a long time since she knew the details, simply telling him to go to the temples to find out. "Actually, I know who has the information, but how do I put it? I was so impulsive back then that I forgot to ask." "Well, I guess if we wait a little longer, she'll come looking for me, right?" Who are you talking about?" The beautiful elf seemed particularly sensitive to the word she and kept asking Zun Zun. Of course, Zun Zun couldn't tell her that the one who would look for her was Mabel. However, Mabel's arrival was delayed a little longer than expected. It was about a month after the three of them set off. Zun Zun greeted them and returned to his room. Upon opening the door, he saw Mabel. "What are you doing here?" "No, how did you get in?" Privacy in another world was a little worrying. Mabel lowered her head, her expression melancholy and sorrowful, her body hunched over. She stood expressionless in a corner of the room, holding the frozen god sword, looking timid, a stark contrast to the elegant and graceful figure she had when they first met. "I want it. Please tell me." She raised her head slightly. Her icy eyes reflected longing and yearning, the gaze of someone lost, unable to find their true purpose. Or maybe, just maybe, like a recent graduate unsure of what career to pursue. "After defeating the dragon single-handedly, I want to be as powerful as you," Mabel said after a brief silence, taking a deep breath. "I want to change this worthlessness of mine, always shutting myself away, with a closed heart and feeling useless." She was like a closeted girl forcing herself out of her comfort zone. How can I abandon my worthlessness and become as powerful as you? Suddenly, she raised her head. With restless eyes and a look of constant struggle, Mabel mustered the courage to seek change. Zun Zun sat on the bed, thinking. Yes, the normal thing to do would be to convince the autistic girl to stop being locked up, give her some advice, and even make her his companion. If the master knew, he would probably think it was a good thing. But, he looked at the frozen divine sword in his hand. That artifact changed depending on Mabel's mood. Suppressing its true nature could only bring him more trouble. Who said you're useless? Well, it's the village chief, and the others. Anyway, they kept calling me trash. Mabel, there is no trash in this world, only stray treasures. Treasure? Me. It seemed like the first time someone had called her treasure, and Mabel cried out in excitement. Zun Zun smiled and said, that's right. Living life to the fullest is enough. Only by following your heart can you be strong. I'm not just saying this to enlighten you, after all, crimson demons are all like that, the most unrestrained and free-spirited characters in Mosui no Haru are, first and foremost, the Akusis cult, followed closely by the crimson demons. They prefer developing agricultural magic rather than fighting monsters or demon lords, and they often invent strange scenarios and commit incomprehensible nonsense. All of this is a manifestation of their free-spirited nature. So, sitting alone in your room, cut off from communication, living like this forever, whatever you want, but, it's okay. Zun Zun opened his arms and said gently, at least a third of the crimson demons are confined, spending their days doing nothing. Even if you want to stay home like this, it's fine. Is it okay? It's fine. Mabel's eyes widened. She stared blankly at Zun Zun, speechless, but the frozen divine sword she was holding melted slightly. Zun Zun suddenly realized that he had the potential to deceive people. Great, great. I can stay here. I can stay here. I'm so happy. Mabel seemed caught in a whirlpool, her expression dark like a witch's, as if she were determined to remain locked away for the rest of her life. By the way, Mabel said, holding the ice-sealed sword in both hands, please accept the frozen divine sword. No, I don't need it. Really, after being rejected, more ice suddenly appeared on the frozen divine sword. That was why Zun Zun didn't want it. While the frozen sword is a rare artifact, it is tied to Mabel's emotions and could backfire if one isn't careful. It's impossible to flirt with Mabel during a fight, right? Wait, isn't that impossible? Zun Zun shook his head decisively. Seeing Mabel frozen, her face gloomy with rejection, Zun Zun asked curiously, Miss Mabel, why didn't you use the frozen sword yourself? Huh? Look, you didn't do anything when the demon flame dragon was about to break free, right? But I'm just the shrine keeper of the frozen sword. That's not right, Miss Mabel. Having a sword and not using it is different from not having one at all. The latter means you can only wait for others to act, while the former means you're trapped. That's the difference in mentality. Mabel waits for someone to come and get the frozen sword to finish off the demon flame dragon. Zun Zun, on the other hand, has the typical if you dare get in my way, I'll kill you mentality. The typical if you don't let me farm, I'll farm you mentality. There's a huge difference between the two. Also, it's heartbreaking to see Miss Mabel sitting on a mountain of treasure without using it. Huh? You mean going out to work? But then, she can't be called a hikikomori, right? No, it's not like that. There's a big difference between being a hikikomori and being a recluse. Zun Zun wagged his finger. Mabel was even more puzzled. Is there a difference? Of course. Although Miss Mabel stays at home, with the support of the villagers, her food, clothing, and accommodation are quite meager, right? Yes, that's true, of course. I don't think staying at home is bad, but having to be controlled and at the mercy of others for everything, be it food or drink, is quite unpleasant. Zun Zun clenched his fist. Being a hikikomori is different from being an eat. Mabel is just trying to be a jerk and be supported, but that would earn her indifference. But if Mabel were self-sufficient, the village chief wouldn't mind. So, to live a life of seclusion without having to worry about the opinions of others, work hard now, but I don't have any skills. What are you talking about? Miss Mabel has the frozen divine sword, right? Use it to satisfy your reclusive lifestyle? Zun Zun tried to change his mind. He didn't dare say, you have the frozen divine sword, but instead of making a name for yourself, you stay home and become a recluse. But if she could just work hard to stay secluded, it would be fine. Although the recluses of the Crimson Demon clan might seem useless, They would often go out of the village to hunt monsters and then exchange the money for more leisure. Precisely because of this, the clan leader didn't criticize them too much. Yes, yes. Use the frozen divine sword. Mabel seemed to understand the treasure she possessed. It was up to her to make the most of it. Thank you very much. No, no. Oh, by the way, if it helps, could you sing me a song? Bang! Zun Zun had just finished speaking when a loud noise came from outside the door, startling Mabel. Well, never mind, I just accidentally knocked over the jealousy jar, ha ha ha. Her smile was a little forced. Chapter 321 Zun Zun, are you very proud? Daruto of knowledge, Xialigu of body, G8 of mystery, go to the temple. After the trials of 3 temples, foreign warriors guided by the gods bring hope. This is the hero, protect the temple. When the 3 temples are destroyed, the immense power of the gods will be unleashed, bringing disaster. In the bar on the first floor of the inn. Before Zun Zun lay a scroll with letters written on it, deep in thought. Hey, ho. For a while now, the incomprehensible moans had been ringing in his ears, making him slightly uneasy. He turned to look at the beautiful elf girl beside him. Miss Elga, you've been making subtle noises. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. And don't give me the healing potion. I'm not feeling unwell. Despite saying this, he snatched the potion from Zun Zun and placed it in the space created by his storage magic. Shimiji Yasuke gasped in dismay. After all, to the serious man, the elf's actions were pure selfish greed, but he said nothing. You've been sitting here since morning, staring at the scroll without moving. What the hell is this? Are you missing someone? This guest, the elf rapped the counter, causing the waitress to whisper in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Zun Zun apologized to the waitress and explained, this is Miss Mabel from last night. Mabel, you're such good friends. You even call each other by our names. You didn't even call me by my name. Don't we already call each other by our names? Miss Elgar? Elgar is a surname, you idiot. The elf girl snorted, demanding to be called by her given name like Mabel, but elven names were so rare that they couldn't always be called that. Miss Sutri, Chiliziger, Lunio, Lulia, Aglanzilger, it's too long. And there's no need to add Miss. What more do you want from me? Normally, shouldn't I have called her by her name, calmed her anger, and curried her favor? Why did she react like that? Shimiji Yasuke didn't understand tsundere, so he couldn't do anything. Zun Zun, who knew too much about tsundere, had been carried away by his own arrogance. The elf girl was truly difficult to handle. So, with some resignation, he said, then let's shorten the name. Su or Kui, your choice. Okay, then Kui, why would you go on such a whim? Besides, my family, my kingdom, won't tolerate anyone disrespecting the royal family. He slammed the counter shut, causing a noise that greatly annoyed the other customers drinking there. Zun Zun rubbed his eyebrows. Your eyes are as beautiful as jade, which is why I came up with this. And it's the name I chose. Don't you like it? Sure. I still like your rebellious side. For some reason, even though he was just giving the elf a simple nickname, she seemed to perk up. Seeing this, Shimiji Yasuke chimed in. Well, it bothers me too. May I call you Kui? No. You don't even remember other people's names. You're just an orc. The orc, rejected by the elf, grew even gloomier. Poor thing. To ease the awkwardness, Zun Zun quickly changed the subject and said, this is that song that girl sang yesterday, right? It's incredible, even the last descendant of the Ice Clan could sing to you. Zun Zun, aren't you very proud? The beautiful elf girl waved the scroll. No, friend. Shouldn't you be the one to say it? By the way, that Ice Clan girl is still in your room, right? She's been there all night, so she must be. No, she's gone. But I waited all night and didn't see her leave your room until dawn. She came out through the window. Huh? She waited all night? Zun Zun stared into the elf girl's eyes, noticing faint dark circles under her eyes, as if confirming that she had been waiting outside the door all night. Really, they've already left. Suddenly, the beautiful elf girl smiled radiantly, and even the dark circles under her eyes seemed to vanish. Was it because he felt that Mabel wouldn't be the next to join them, so his mood suddenly improved? Then, Shimiji Yasuke, who had remained silent for a while, suddenly chimed in. This scroll, no, to be more precise, the letter, is related to what we'll do next, right? Yes, that's right, Yasuke, you're very clever, of course. In the game, Mabel is the NPC who provides information at critical moments. She always appears when you're stuck. I'm very experienced. Shimichi Yasuke looked smug. No, that's not right. There's something wrong with treating reality like a game. Besides, Mabel is a real girl after all, so calling her an NPC is a bit much? And it seems that Shimichi Yasuke doesn't respect her very much? Is there a connection? Why don't I see it? It's just the letter, not the secret map. Elgar? Ahem. Sui. He stopped the beautiful elf from fiddling with the map, as if trying to decipher the truth, and instead slowly guided her to think about something else. Sui, you've probably heard the story of the Ice Clan. Of course I've heard it all. What story? Shimichi Yasuke was confused. He was the real outsider. No matter the Ice Clan, the frozen divine sword, or the magical flame dragon, he had never been concerned only with knowing the backstory. Instead, he had always focused on the thrill of battle. Oh, how ignorant of you, the beautiful elf sighed helplessly. Despite her sharp tongue and tsundere personality, she managed to explain the situation. The ancestor of the Ice Clan was a foreign warrior who came to this world approximately 400 years ago. After dying in the Great War, he was sent to this world by the gods and given a new life and body. To ensure his survival, the gods granted him one wish. Later, the Ice Clan ancestor obtained the frozen divine sword, a weapon unusable by those with evil intentions. In the Temple of Knowledge, he learned common sense and the language of this world and fell in love with a village shrine maiden. Driven by love, the frozen divine sword was unsealed, killing the demonic flame dragon. Then, it was passed down from generation to generation. No. Why didn't I gain the same advantages as the frozen divine sword? Anyway, I haven't even spoken to that damn god. What the hell is going on? Shimichi Yasuke suddenly burst out. His emotion was more terrifying than the beautiful elf's. His ear-piercing roars were heart-rending and moved to tears. That sort of thing doesn't matter. With a dull thud, a wooden wine cup crashed against the counter. The waitress, seemingly unable to tolerate the three of them's panic, suppressed her anger and said with a dangerous smile, "Customers, it seems you've had enough. Please leave." "Yes, sorry, X3." The three of them were sent away. Shimichi Yasuke walked behind, not knowing what to do. A small screen-like object appeared before him, and his fingers kept moving back and forth, as if searching for something. The beautiful elf girl was even more curious. "What does that have to do with you people? Don't you understand?" Zun Zun brandished the scroll and said, "Look, the writing above says, go to the temple. After the trials of 3 temples, foreign warriors guided by the gods bring hope. That is the hero." Foreign warriors? She looked at Shimichi Yasuke behind her, then at Zun Zun beside her. Speaking of which, both of them had declared from the start that they had been transferred from another world, risking themselves to find their way home. They even sealed the demonic flame dragon in order to return. So, you have to clear 3 temples to become stronger, right? In a sense, that's true. But it's not just clearing 3 temples, you have to, destroy it, just as Shimichi Yasuke had done. Zun Zun prepared to replicate it. However, Shimichi Yasuke's move was accidental, while Zun Zun did it on purpose, to destroy the divine rampage giant power that would appear upon the destruction of the 3 temples. He wanted to fuse it with the flame dragon. Then, Zun Zun, Shimichi Yasuke, and the evolved flame dragon would work together to force open the spatial passage. That way, Zun Zun could use the crown to successfully return to Suqing. What a ridiculous plan. This is the Crimson Demon Clan, it could work. Shimichi Yasuke and the fire dragon alone might not be enough, but with Zun Zun added, maybe it was. The combined power of the 3 of them could easily warp and shatter space. Then, they could return home. "Yasuke, you must put in the effort later, eh?" I will." Shimichi Yasuke nodded subconsciously, which surprised Zun Zun. But upon turning around, he looked refreshed. And most importantly, he was holding a notebook in his hand. Seeing him like this, Zun Zun couldn't help but curl his lips. Could it be that this guy simply erased some bad memories? Could it be that he chose external memory when crossing over? No, normally, wouldn't the gods in the area have made a mistake, causing Shimichi Yasuke to understand nothing? Could it be? Since Shimichi Yasuke couldn't understand, he thought he was cursed by the gods or something, so he erased this tragic memory from his mind? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Chapter 322. It's very easy to complete next time. With a clear goal comes motivation, at least for Zun Zun and the beautiful elf. Meanwhile, listening to the agonizing gasps behind him, as if he were a college student running a 1,000-meter physical test. Wait, I can't take it anymore, Yasuke, you, Zun Zun, sweating profusely and with his stumbling steps, his face barely resembling that of an orc, he looked like a strange giant. If he hadn't repeatedly explained that he wasn't being chased by orcs, Shimichi Yasuke might have been attacked by someone else. The beautiful elf grumbled indignantly, really? You look nothing like an orc in that regard. You're so weak. You've only been walking for 5 hours. 5 hours is enough for me to complete Alien Warrior on super hard difficulty 10 times. You know, Alien Warrior gets faster the more I complete it. I went from 5 hours at the beginning to 30 minutes. I simply memorized all the levels and became more and more proficient. 6 years, from the winter of 6th grade to the winter of 2nd year of middle school, constantly improving, I kept going. Shimaki Yasuke seemed very satisfied with his speedrun record, muttering to himself, making a strange creaking noise. Listen carefully, it sounded like he was simulating the sound of a controller. This guy is hopeless. His life revolves around video games. It's not right to waste one's youth on video games, but it's not my place to judge others' pasts. Besides, perhaps Shimaki Yasuke's ability to persevere in this cruel world is also due to the support of video games. He had spent so much time trying to shorten his speedrun, but he still ended up taking twice as long as the others. Thinking that such a harsh truth might devastate him, he decided not to tell anyone. I'm too kind. Looking at Shimichi Yasuke, sweating profusely and panting like a fish out of water, and then looking at the temple halfway up the mountain, I couldn't bear to have him climb with me. Let's rest at the foot of the mountain, I don't mind. Great. Shimichi Yasuke collapsed to the ground. This was his weakness. All his strength lay in his immortal essence, which allowed him to use any magic or skill effortlessly, without the slightest learning cost, and with considerable power. However, the price he paid was a lack of physical strength, leaving him as weak as a normal person. No, he was just an ordinary person. Ever since I was in school, I've only gotten a 2 or 3 in pay. There's really nothing I can do about it. 2 or 3, as someone who had attended Liban, I knew that the grading system was credit-based, where 5 was the highest, 1 the lowest, and 3 was a passing grade. In other words, Shimichi Yasuke was only below average. But for a teenager who spent all day at home playing online video games, even 1 credit wasn't enough to be considered a success. Zun Zun, realizing something, sighed softly and asked, Yasuke, why don't you use fairy magic? That way, setting out on the journey wouldn't be so difficult, right? No, for something like this, even if I asked the fairy spirits for help, they wouldn't respond. Instead, they'd let me go on my own. Even if I made a trade, no, it seemed the fairy spirits considered it too easy, or perhaps they felt Shimichi Yasuke relied too heavily on them, using them as convenient tools, so they rejected the request. This was a world of difference. The fairies who had signed a contract with Zun Zun would help him carry the load even if he was too lazy to walk. Shimichi Yasuke, on the other hand, refused to help if the fairy spirits got annoyed. And after each aid, she demanded payment. In this sense, it seemed more like a temporary contract between the fairy spirits, and the fairy spirits in this world were a bit capricious. Zun Zun looked at the temple halfway up the mountain, then at Shimichi Yasuke, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. After a moment's thought, he said, Yasuke, rest here for a while. No, I want to go with you. I don't think you have to force yourself. With Kui here, we shouldn't be in any danger. The beautiful elf puffed out her modest chest and raised her head proudly, as if to assert her presence. No. Normally, players who explore the map are almost guaranteed to get into trouble, and may even be injured or killed. This is what I learned in the game Saturn. What you're saying is abnormal, Shimichi Yasuke said in a serious tone. But these so-called principles and knowledge were learned from video games. But this was no different from the routines learned from anime and novels. No matter what happened, she had to accompany them. The 3 of them walked, stopping and starting, for over 3 hours before finally reaching the temple halfway up the mountain. It was already dusk. The setting sun cast its enduring rays on the temple perched halfway up the mountain, revealing the traces of time. The temple entrance had lost its former luster, its chipped stone slabs revealed mottled rubble and debris, giving it a particularly dilapidated appearance. Moss dotted the stone steps in front of the temple, eating away at each slab, as if telling an ancient tale. A gentle breeze whispered through the bronze bells of the ancient temple, causing them to chime with a dull, heavy sound. The beautiful elf stared blankly at the ruined temple, unable to help but exclaim, This ruined thing? Is it one of those 3 temples? No one has repaired it." It was a stark contrast to the temples he had imagined. Even the temple where the demon flame dragon was sealed received regular maintenance, monitored for any sign of the seal being broken. But this temple looked completely deserted. Zun Zun spread his hands and said, "Ordinary people don't bother cleaning if it doesn't benefit them. It's just social consensus clinging to convention, that's what I say." The beautiful elf sighed, holding her forehead, as if she couldn't accept it. "There's nothing she can do. There's no gain, no profit. It's human nature." "Okay, then." Shimiji Yasuke's hand condensed into a fierce flame, and he prepared to destroy the temple. Wait, Zun Zun quickly held his hand. "Yasuke, what are you trying to do?" Huh? Shouldn't we destroy it? Look, doesn't the lyrics say there's an enormous power in this world? Then, if we defeat the enormous power of the temple, there'll be further progress, or something. Doesn't this guy have any other options besides defeating the enemy and moving on? People who enjoy fighting too much are also difficult to deal with. Zun Zun scratched his head and said, "After all, this is a temple established by a god from another world, and it's specifically designed as a test for the people of the world. Who knows what's inside? It's a trap." "Huh? Something so good must be a trap set by the gods." Shimiji Yasuke shook his head quickly, as if he didn't believe something so good could happen. He couldn't fathom what kind of purgatory he had been through. "Although I'm reluctant, I agree with what Beastman Face said. It could be very dangerous in there." The beautiful elf woman also tried to dissuade him. He considered such a groundless risk, based on a song, to be a dangerous line that could not be crossed, so he also did his best to dissuade Zun Zun. But if the Crimson Demons were so easily dissuaded, they wouldn't be the Crimson Demons. "Who do you think I am?" Zun Zun looked arrogant. The atmosphere was already very heated. "Wouldn't it be rude not to go?" "Yasuke, you don't seem to want to go." Shimiji Yasuke shook his head, and if he hadn't stepped on the accelerator, he might have soared through the skies. The beautiful elf was not someone transferred from another world, so she was probably not qualified to enter and undergo the test. This meant that only Zun Zun was alone. He walked slowly toward the perimeter of the temple. He hadn't suffered any inexplicable attacks, felt any discomfort, or heard any divine revelations. He stepped over the scattered debris and climbed the rickety stairs. "Dordo," he looked up and read the faint, barely perceptible words above the temple. It seemed to be the Dordo Temple, which represented knowledge. Since it was a test of knowledge, there should be no danger. Then Zun Zun entered. No, he was blocked by a door. The heavy door had no instructions, but a 9x9 pattern with a few numbers scattered throughout. They seemed to have some order, but they also seemed to have none. In short, someone unfamiliar with it would be confused, but someone who had transferred from another world would definitely know what it meant. Sudoku, so that's it. It's a test of knowledge. Sudoku can be difficult or easy, depending on whether the solver wants to play. And Zun Zun frowned. This Sudoku, originally derived from the Swiss roll, later developed in the United States, and perfected in Liban, was a piece of cake for him. When he picked up the first piece, 0 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds appeared, and after a moment's pause, the number decreased by 2. When Zun Zun put down the last piece, it read 0 hours, 55 minutes, and 0 seconds. Tisk, I'm looking a little rusty after not playing for so long. Zun Zun wasn't in Versailles. After all, the world record for an easy Sudoku puzzle was 1 minute and 23 seconds, and he still had a long way to go. He easily solved the Rubik's Cube on the second level using formulas, the pure white puzzle on the third level by relying on intuition, and the chess game on the fourth level offered a mild challenge. Other than that, hardly any level slowed him down. They soon reached the final level. Before them stood a large stone wall inscribed with a classic riddle. What animal has 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 at night? Zun Zun replied matter-of-factly, human. Just like that, the temple of knowledge was cleared. As the door symbolizing the passage opened, a remarkably mechanical voice reached Zun Zun's ears. How difficult was this adventure? Very easy. After answering, he left the temple with his head held high. Chapter 323 Alice, a Great Apparition. Zun Zun, emerging from the temple, met the two. How are you? Were you in any danger? Any change in your health? Are you feeling any discomfort? As soon as the beautiful elf saw him, she couldn't hide her concern. She quickly approached, peppering him with questions and circling around him, as if checking for any injuries. Calm down, calm down. Zun Zun waved his hand and said, this is the Dordo Temple, which represents knowledge. There is no combat. It's much easier than you imagine. Normally, a temple offering trials would seem difficult and incredibly challenging. But the trials in this temple were simple. Of course, simplicity is relative. The locals, untouched by modern society, wouldn't be able to overcome the Rubik's Cube or chess, lacking the necessary knowledge of the rules. This suggests that this temple was established specifically for those transferred from another world, a backup plan to ensure their survival. It's understandable why no one came. Because there's no benefit to be gained. Furthermore, the gods of this world are incredibly attentive to reviews. After completing a level, they even ask about the difficulty and whether you're satisfied with the design, maximizing the experience as much as possible. Meanwhile, a certain idiot goddess. And are there any rewards for completing the level? Shimichi Yasuke asked curiously. In dungeons like this, there are usually rewards for completing the level, right? What did you get? I got this. Zun Zun held out his right hand. A golden mark appeared on the back of his hand, composed of 3 connected circles, one of which had a unique mark on it. Upon closer inspection, it looked identical to the symbol of the Golden Shrine. What's this? The Blessing of Dorado, which adds a magic source that doubles your own magic power. That's pretty good, indeed. Doubling your own magical power is rare, even in video games. It's only offered in decisive battles. Sure, there were some in the beginning, like in the Sega games. Hearing Zun Zun's words, the other two looked visibly surprised, clearly not expecting the gods to grant such preferential treatment to transferees from another world. Yasuke, aren't you going to give it a try, eh? Me? Shimichi Yasuke was stunned at the sudden interruption. Yes, a great opportunity. It's free, so why not pass it up? Besides, adding a magic source allows you to use magic without immortal essence, which is a huge advantage. No, I'll let it go. Things like this, which seem like castles in the air, are always a trap. Whether in real life or in video games, so-called gods are untrustworthy. Yes, even in video games, Shimichi Yasuke also harbored immense hostility and distrust toward the god who had brought him to this other world. You, Kui, don't be hasty. Zun Zun grabbed the elf girl who was about to argue. After all, what Shimichi Yasuke had just said sounded like a curse that said something bad would happen to Zun Zun sooner or later. Also, someone has to stop this kind of thing, right? If Zun Zun really loses himself or something for the god's reward, then I'll act. I'll leave it to you then. Shimichi Yasuke was excited, his eyes set on that crucial moment, when he would face Zun Zun. As expected of a player, no matter who they are, as soon as their health bar appears, they yearn for a fierce and bloody battle. Well, enough of that, said Zun Zun, looking at the ruined Dordo Temple, a symbol of knowledge. Let's destroy it now. Destroy it? After all, we need the furious power of the last god, so we have to destroy it. The letter clearly says to protect the temple. Is that really a good idea? Won't it anger the gods? The beautiful elf seemed unconvinced by Zun Zun's actions and couldn't help but complain. And Shimichi Yasuke, hearing that it might anger the gods, suddenly brandished a fierce flame, as if itching to burn, completely destroying the temple. The 3 of them stared at the temple, stunned. The flames lit up their faces, each with a different expression, until they engulfed the temple completely. By then, the sky was completely dark, and dark clouds covered the sky behind the burning temple. Tonight was a starless night. Zun Zun greeted them. Well, let's go back. Wait, is that all? What else do you want? That, the violent power of God. That thing that only appears after all 3 temples are destroyed, and we've only destroyed 1. Really? The pretty elf girl didn't look convinced. But just in case, they waited a little longer, and when they saw that nothing had happened, they went back down the mountain. By the way, I've already seen the 3 temples stage in a game. It was from the Sega Saturn game Ultimate Adventure. Shimichi Yasuke tried to find a topic of conversation. Unfortunately, it only talked about games, something the pretty elf girl didn't understand. Zun Zun wasn't very familiar with Sega games either, so they exchanged glances and quickened their pace. The stage is great, but having to return to the map every time is a waste of time. I wonder if Sega is purposely dragging out the game. Don't try to hurt me, orc. Take my punch, Pucha. Shimichi Yasuke, still lost in his own world, was suddenly attacked. A swift punch spun him around 3.5 times in the air before he slammed hard into the nearby mountain. Orc face, Yasuke, Zun Zun and the beautiful elf girl were stunned. Everything happened so suddenly that they had no time to react. Are you alright? At that moment, a man with shaggy red hair and the appearance of a martial artist said to Zun Zun, I didn't expect to see orcs chasing after ordinary people. Don't worry, leave it to me. A mere orc, watch me take him down in a few moves. He was so passionate and righteous that any ordinary person would have burst into tears. But he's not an orc, he's one of ours. What did you say? The man dressed as a martial artist was stunned. Zun Zun rushed over to check on Shimichi Yasuke and found that he had completely fainted due to the enormous force he had received. His cheeks were swollen and his eyes were blank. He looked more terrifying than an orc. He opened his mouth and poured a healing potion into it. Fairies Island only healed women, except for contractors, let alone Shimichi Yasuke, who was as scary as an orc. It seemed that he would have to wait a while before waking up. Laika. At this moment, a man and a woman hurriedly approached from a distance. They seemed to be this fighter's companions. The baby-faced girl in front was wearing a priestly attire and had an anxious expression. The man behind him was also aloof and carried a large sword on his back. The combination of priest, fighter, and swordsman was both ordinary and extraordinary. Add the name Laika to that, and you might. Great, the beautiful elf resentfully watched a striking figure bobbing up and down. Saying sarcastically, that's an eye-catcher. Right, no, you're lying. You were staring at her the whole time, so you must have thought, that doesn't matter. Liking someone shouldn't be based on size alone. Besides, a simple F doesn't make me lose my composure, really? Size doesn't matter. The beautiful elf laughed happily again. Although she didn't know what she had misunderstood, she was only saying that because she had seen much more violent things. Laika. You're running too fast. No. Alicia, I accidentally killed someone. Hey, the priestess, who was running towards them, screamed in fear at her companion's words. No, don't be nervous, Laika. Alicia, stammered another swordsman, looking rather cold. Alicia is a holy mage? Perhaps she can be saved? Yes, said Alicia, as if she had just realized something. Excuse me, where's the dead man? I'm right here. Alicia, however, showed no sign of fear. Instead, Laika defended herself. Yes, it's because you look too much like an orc. Laika, shut up, Puha. He, struck in the stomach by the holy mage's elbow, collapsed on the ground, exhausted, but apologetic. I don't want to worry about it, since Yasuke doesn't care, I have no right to be angry. As she spoke, Zun Zun held out his hand. They took the opportunity to introduce themselves. Hello. I'm Alicia, and these two are my childhood friends and companions, Laika, a fighter, and Edgar, a swordsman. Zun Zun, just call me Elf, I'm Kuroki Tenma. Really? Hearing Shimichi Yasuke use a fake name, the expressions of Zun Zun and the beautiful elf turned strange. Chapter 324 Up and down, left and right, left and right. Using multiple aliases when traveling is easy. There's nothing wrong with it. After all, Li Fei was the murderer and arsonist, while Han Xianzhen is the savior. But the difference lies in that Shimichi Yasuke has never been cautious with his words and actions. Whether it's Wolf Gunblood or Blackwood Sky Demon, it's more like he's deliberately looking for trouble. And most importantly, even with Zun Zun and the beautiful elf present, even proactively revealing their true names, Shimichi Yasuke still lied, treating Alicia and the others as strangers. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Zun Zun, Miss Elf, and Lord Blackwood Sky Demon. Alicia smiled radiantly, even in the dim light of the starless night, she was dazzling and astonishing. However, Shimichi Yasuke gave a cold "oh" and fell silent. Flirting with a blind man is like that wasn't quite right, but Alicia was still a little dispirited. Edgar looked serious, but he was a master at reading moods. He quickly changed the subject and asked, what are you doing here? Did you run because you saw the fire burning halfway up the mountain? No, so they saw the temple on fire and mistakenly thought there was a battle, so they were there. We started that fire, I see. What did you say? We started the fire, then he told them about the temple. To his surprise, Alicia and the others didn't react at all after hearing about its destruction. No, it's more like they had no idea there was a temple halfway up the mountain. Wait. Come to think of it, the beautiful elf girl didn't seem to know about the temple either. Doesn't that mean the legend has been lost? How little does this world value transferees from another world? What? Really? I thought a fight had broken out. Yeah, the goblins have been harassing us lately, Alicia and the other two sighed, and then, as if an idea had just occurred to them, they said, Yunyun. The droid village up ahead is being attacked by a horde of goblins. We've been tasked with protecting it, but we're a little worried about our fighting ability. Could you give us a hand? I see. I'll help you. The reward is up. Really? Okay. Huh? Aren't you guys in a hurry to get up? Shimiji Yasuke looked at Alicia in confusion. The warrior behind them, Lika, pulled her aside and said in a tone that seemed calm but couldn't lower, Alice, you're stupid. That guy seems to be in league with the goblins. Right, I agree. Even if he isn't an orc, he's certainly something very close to a monster, Edgar repeated. Had they forgotten how they had knelt down to apologize? And was it really okay to plot out loud? Weren't they afraid that Shimiji Yasuke would get angry? Actually, he wasn't angry. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to being called an orc, or even treated as one, but Shimiji Yasuke remained expressionless. His immense mental strength was admirable. The three of them argued for a while, stating that Zun Zun and the beautiful elf girl seemed formidable, and that even if Shimiji Yasuke, an orc, couldn't help, they should be able to hold off the goblin army. Then Alice began drawing a map on the ground. This is the only way to attack the village, so we planned to set up a barricade to prevent them from attacking it. But just when it was needed, we saw a fire halfway up the mountain, so we rushed over. Clearly, the implication was that the barricade wasn't ready, and it was probably too late. Now it's just us alone. And I don't know if we'll be able to. There's no need for a blockade. I have a good idea, Shimiji Yasuke said confidently. He seemed to have a plan. Alice asked uneasily, oh, is it really okay if there are no blockades? There are so many hordes of goblins. Well, I've encountered this situation many times. It's completely unnecessary. Shimiji Yasuke shook his head. Zun Zun and the beautiful elf girl remained silent. Goblins weren't insignificant creatures whose numbers didn't matter, so there was no need to worry about them. As time passed, Alice and the other three grew restless. If Zun Zun hadn't told them not to worry, they would have run back to set up blockades. Suddenly, at the end of the winding path on the mountainside, small flames appeared, especially visible under the starless night. Soon, the flames grew more numerous and denser, illuminating the advancing figures. It was a well-armed goblin army. Lika walked over and said nervously, Count, that's a lot. 200, right, it's okay, leave it to me. Shimiji Yasuke walked straight ahead, swaying his body in a strange dance. It wasn't the move Zun Zun had used when introducing himself, but more of a provocation. Seeing them and Shimiji Yasuke's strange movements, the goblin army also rushed at him, furious, beating him with clubs. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Shimiji Yasuke was spitting blood from the beating, unable to defend himself, and was completely disorganized. Just as the beautiful elf, unable to bear it any longer, was about to attack, Shimiji Yasuke suddenly jumped more than 5 meters high. Ugh, why did he jump? Wind magic. Not only Alicia and the other two, but even Zun Zun and the beautiful elf were stunned. Shimiji Yasuke descended from the sky and stabbed the goblins on the ground with a longsword. Even after dozens of unsuccessful attempts, he continued to do so with pleasure. They had no idea what he was doing. But Zun Zun understood. Shimiji Yasuke's strange previous movements were a form of seduction, almost like a taunt, meant to lure the goblin army into the valley. Jumping up and stabbing the goblins with his sword is another tomahawk move, a downward attack that requires a quick jump followed by the attack button. Incidentally, it is very difficult to land a hit. It was true that he had been using his gaming skills to survive in the alternate world, but there were limits. He couldn't just throw out a combo, up and down, left and right, and believe he had 30 lives, right? He wasn't just a hardcore gamer, he was a video game addict who couldn't distinguish between reality and the game. Even with the help of the immortal spirit, Shimiji Yasuke was out of breath and exhausted after countless jumps and falls. And after all this effort, his record was still at 0. Just when everyone was speechless, Shimiji Yasuke, as if enraged, swung his hundreds of meter-long lightsaber and flattened the mountain with a single blow. The falling debris crushed the 200 goblins to death. Wouldn't it have been better to have done it sooner? Zun Zun was completely baffled by the player's insistence, and Shimichi Yasuke's actions were too extreme, turning him into a complete fanboy who struck some as a hater. Of course, at least he was much better than some reasonable people. Alicia and the other two watched in astonishment, while Zun Zun and the beautiful elf shook their heads helplessly. Afterward, they headed back to the village to collect their rewards. Shimichi Yasuke offered to split the reward 6 ways, but Zun Zun and the beautiful elf said they hadn't contributed anything, so they didn't want any. Laika did the same. Really, 4? Really, even if you keep it all, seeing your strength, we have no complaints, fine, but this is the mission you accepted, and I'm just taking advantage. Besides, if I go overboard and you get angry with me and I get attacked, it would be a losing bet, Shimichi Yasuke said seriously. He wasn't as carefree as he appeared, it still bothered him to be called an orc. Alicia and the other two burst out laughing, amused by Shimichi Yasuke's humorous remarks, and the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. Until they returned to the village. The villagers had organized themselves, holding farming tools, with cautious and fearful faces, and began to chase Shimichi Yasuke away. Even Zun Zun, who had witnessed this many times, felt for a moment that he was in a difficult situation. Miss Alice, are you being coerced? Don't worry, I'm here to save you, eh? No. After explaining himself, Shimichi Yasuke successfully entered the village as a guest. He then found the village bustling. Alice explained, indeed, the village is holding a winter festival, and everyone is worried and afraid that a goblin army will harass them, so they hired us to help. I see, that's right, it's almost a given that during a lively festival, everyone will let their guard down and something unexpected will happen. So how can such an incident be avoided? The answer, of course, is to deal with it in advance. Oh, right, Alice, fearing her opponent's actions, said, Zun Zun, Miss Elf, and Kuroki, if you don't mind, how about coming over to celebrate the Winter Moon Festival in the village? I'm sure the village chief won't refuse. The livelier a festival like this is, the better, so they took advantage of the situation and participated in the Winter Festival. It was a ceremony to thank the gods for defeating winter. Held in the northern regions, the Lord offered a feast to everyone. The night was lively. Since it was New Year's Eve, everyone was having a great time. However, Shimichi Yasuke seemed to be disoriented and was left alone after dinner. Zun Zun, on the other hand, was tricked by Laika into drinking a large amount of wine, claiming it was juice. It was his first time drinking alcohol. After spending so much time in various worlds, he should have reached adulthood long ago. Zun Zun forgot many things that night. He only remembered a beautiful elf wearing a striking green dress and that the dress had somehow appeared in his storage space the next day. Chapter 325-17. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Zun Zun shook his head grimly, walking down the street with a listless look, occasionally shaking his head as if trying to shake off the negative effects of a hangover. On the second day of the winter festival, they said goodbye to Alice and set off again. The winter festival was similar to New Year's, but Zun Zun and Shimichi Yasuke weren't from this world, so they felt alien and out of place. And as an elf, Kui didn't specifically celebrate human festivals. So, without enjoying the festive atmosphere, the three of them headed towards their destination, the second temple. You deserved it. Who told you to drink so much last night? The beautiful elf snorted in dissatisfaction. She seemed very angry at Zun Zun's drinking, or at least her attitude wasn't very friendly. Could it be that he had gotten drunk and had sex? No, not at all. It's not my fault. It was Laika who plotted against me. Zun Zun wasn't shirking his responsibility. Actually, it was because Laika had said it was grape juice, but the storage method was a little crude, so the taste was quite strong. Although somewhat skeptical, he drank it reluctantly, following the invitation. Besides, I'm an adult, so drinking alcohol isn't a big deal, huh? Zun Zun, you're already 20. The first person to react violently wasn't the elf, but Shimichi Yasuke, who seemed surprised by Zun Zun's maturity. No, Yasuke, you misunderstood me. In Suqing, the age of adulthood reaches 14. Zun Zun, you're only 14. The elf was also surprised. To be precise, she was already over 14. But what was going on? The elf girl's emerald eyes were filled with disbelief, which annoyed Zun Zun a little. What? Did she look 14? Don't look at me young, but ahem, it's nothing. He'd better keep quiet. If he angered the elf girl, he might receive the wrath of thunder. But now, she was muttering inexplicable things like still young and not anymore. Was this guy also thinking about things like a pony pulling a cart? Kui, how old are you? Huh? Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. The girl's horrified expression made Zun Zun resolutely shut up. It was exactly the same devilish look she had when she asked her mother about her age and revealed that she wasn't 18. Whether a child or a young woman, age was a taboo that couldn't be mentioned. Really? Zun Zun is only 14 years old. Shimaki Yasuke acted as if he'd learned something insignificant. He wasn't surprised by her age, nor was he angered by her not using honorifics to address him. Instead, the laws of this other world are so good. In Libyan, if you want to drink, you have to be 20 years old. I'm only 17 this year, and I have to wait another 3 to be able to drink. I don't know what alcohol tastes like. Lie. You're lying, huh? What do you mean, lie? You're not 17, the beautiful elf pointed at Shimiji Yasuke rudely, vehemently denying that she was only 17. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, Shimiji Yasuke looked at least 30 or 40 years old. With his thin figure, high cheekbones, and hollow cheeks, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he looked like a shaky-looking middle-aged man. How rude. I'm actually 17, but, the beautiful elf wanted to retort, but perhaps feeling that she had no right to criticize others when her age prevented her from speaking, she kept her mouth shut. While she remained silent, Zun Zun stealthily approached Shimiji Yasuke. Yasuke, I have a favor to ask. What? Can you look at my memories from last night? Of course. Memory fairy, Shimiji Yasuke was very easygoing and agreed to almost any request, so something as simple as looking at last night's memories was no problem. The only obstacle wasn't him, but the beautiful elf. Wait. I don't agree, Kui, these are my memories. I have the right to see them. No. No means no. She was being rude and unreasonable by denying Zun Zun the ability to see her memories. The more she insisted, the more restless Zun Zun became. I refuse, Zun Zun said firmly. These are my memories. Also, if I spent a beautiful night with a beautiful woman without her knowing, wouldn't I be betraying her? Or, if I did something wrong, even if it was unintentional, I should apologize, right? No, you didn't do anything wrong to me, and the clothes, Yasuke, please, stop. The elf girl didn't want to say anything, or let Zun Zun know. But the more she tried to hide it, the more curious the others became. Zun Zun was even more eager to know if she had made the common mistake men make, especially the first time they drink. It was typical, all too typical. In the end, the beautiful elf girl didn't stop Zun Zun. She blushed and continued walking alone. Zun Zun urged Shimiji Yasuke, eager to see what he had experienced the previous night and if he had truly become an adult. But nothing, yes, nothing. It wasn't his skin that was white, but the screen, like an old TV with no signal, was flickering with snow. Yasuke, it's not my fault. The first-person memories the memory fairy sees are only mine. In other words, Zun Zun, you don't remember anything from last night, so you can't see it. It was like a camera that turns off mid-recording and reopens a while later, naturally preserving the recording. This was because Zun Zun passed out last night. Damn it. This must be a fake divine body. No, even Aqua can drink sparkling wine until she vomits rainbows, so it's only natural that her divine body isn't immune to alcohol. But wouldn't that mean he wouldn't know what happened last night? What a loss. Wait, first person. Yes. Suddenly, Zun Zun realized that Shimiki Yasuke's ability to explore memories wasn't limited to the first-person perspective. He could see third-person perspectives as well. That was why he could show videos to others. Yasuke, third-person perspective. There's this too. I forgot. Wait, just... Huh? Yeah. Sorry, I'll pay more attention next time. Sorry. Shimiki Yasuke was initially quite pleased, but then he started bowing and apologizing repeatedly toward the empty mountainside, like a disheveled office worker who had done something wrong. Seeing him like this, Zun Zun realized something. Yasuke, sorry, the memory fairy doesn't allow it. She said it would violate someone's privacy, so she's not allowing viewing. Goodbye to privacy, memory fairy. Now that I've agreed, there's no privacy problem, right? No, Zun Zun, Shimatsuki Yasuke said, shaking his head. The celestial spirit in my memory said that if I agree, it would be easy for someone to exploit later, so we forbade it outright. And if the celestial spirit forbids it, There's nothing I can do, Tisk, Zun Zun said, his voice laced with dismay. This was the downside of Shimatsuki Yasuke's ability. In most cases, celestial spirits were easy to talk to, and they would usually agree to any request. But in some cases, they were quite strict and didn't tolerate any negotiation. The beautiful elf, eavesdropping from the front, heard the conversation between Zun Zun and Shimatsuki Yasuke. A look of relief crossed her face, and her steps became lighter and more cheerful. The girl's secret, which she didn't want anyone to know, seemed to have been preserved by a strange coincidence. Zun Zun wasn't going to give up. If Shimatsuki couldn't do anything as a third party, then Zun Zun shouldn't be a problem, right? Even when Shimiji Yasuke was asleep and unconscious, he could still see things from a third-person perspective. This meant that the spirit of memory had already recorded the event, and he only needed to search for it and review it. Could Zun Zun learn the skill of reviewing memories himself? That's right, if he did it himself, it wouldn't be considered a loophole. Yasuke, can you teach me how to use memory review magic, can you? It's very difficult, please. Zun Zun knew it was difficult. After all, Shimiji Yasuke only needed to tell the spirit of memory to use it, and he would probably have to create the magic from scratch. It wasn't easy. But, a man always has things to do. Eh? Yes, yes. Is that okay? Yes, yes. I understand. Okay, okay. Suddenly, Shimiji Yasuke nodded and bowed again. The memory fairy agreed to let me teach you, but she said she's very interested in the magic you want to create, Zun Zun, and she'll do her best to help you if you need her in the future. Really? She's a great help. Also, she said she can tell you something to motivate you. What's wrong? What happened last night is 17 plus, huh? The incoherent words left Zun Zun confused. Shimiji Yasuke thought for a moment and explained, well, aren't games rated like that? Look, games like Spiral and Lamentation, which came out for the Sega Saturn, are rated R, right? Sure, I haven't played them. It's not that I'm not old enough, but I'm not optimistic about those kinds of games. You see, consoles are supposed to be more fun and playable, right? Those kinds of games. He started talking at length. How much do you actually like games, huh? Wait a minute, Zun Zun only knew the 8 plus, 12 plus, 16 plus, and 18 plus ones. And the 17 plus ones? Why is he still here, like Beiyan? One is a beautiful elf who refuses to talk about anything, and the other is a fairy spirit with an unsurpassed memory. Neither of them are characters Zun Zun can control right now. Damn it. He was speechless once again. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.